a beacon of bright stars. I was alive for wandering far until I found the lighthouse guiding me out the when I'm scared, I send a flare and you're here in a flash. When I ask, oh dear love, where did we come from? You say the light is on. I had the will and mission, but the wrong position. I was open, praying for a sign until I found a lighthouse in your heart, shining like a beacon of bright stars. I was alive for wandering far until I found the lighthouse guiding me out the dark. You guided me out the dark.
At Bob's Discount Furniture, you get the lowest prices every day. Like our modular Bob, which configures to fit your family at just $250 each section. Sleep well on our game-changing mattresses like my highly rated Prize and news-making Treasure, and quality meets value with our Ellington dining set. Only $12.99 every day. No phony sales ever. When you get everyday low prices on the furniture of your dreams, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Hello, and welcome. We are once again returning to Monster Hunter Wild, and for today we will be focusing on the armor front. We will be doing. We've got quite the list to try to work through. My goal is to have completed all of the armors that I am currently missing. So a lot of them are going to be needing like hunter symbols or gems, but there are also going to be certain items that are going to be a bit niche to get a hold of, such as like the filled pieces, have filled cotton, the Azuz apron, so I need the hand letter. Nafu pieces are gonna need that Dalthodon wool, but I think the Dalthodon wool I can possibly get without needing to trade the specific people for, but I have to check that if that's even possible. But otherwise, a lot of monster hunting. We've got quite the list of materials we're gonna need to get a hold of. 34 Fusium ore to also be one of them. I'm not worried about the Icium or Carbolite, as you can see, but we've got quite the yeah, we've got quite a bit of stuff to do. So I guess without further ado, I guess we should get started. A lot of it is gonna end up. Oh yeah, as you can see, I'm currently running great sword. It's been a pretty fun time. I have my insect glaive as background. Also, apparently you have heart. Question one. Bean bone and oh, okay. Maybe we can start here. Start here.
Safety first, right?
But yeah, wish me luck if we start off not when here, because alright. Oh, just see this is the current build with the current weapon. General, here's the skills list outside of a single level of quick cheese. Can't see. Other than like just then. This build is primarily built around being very defensive and healing quickly and just taking very little damage and just having multiple ways to heal. Currently it says that my great sword is the primary weapon. That's one that's equipped. But this will change on rotation depending whether it be because a viewer asked me to try a different weapon or just on a good, pretty decently ready to go. Let the hunt begin. There we go. I needed to be able to make sure that my voice is coming through clearly, so I made a small change to my mic.
Now commencing quest by order of the guild.
The hunt is on!
A supply shipment's come in. Hope you find something useful.
There you are. Oh.
Good footing in sandy terrain can be tricky.
Hurry up, hurry. I didn't expect you to make the full rotation there. Oh, your roar there. That shoulder tech failed timing. That's not where I was hoping to hit, but it's fine. Like, I don't know what it is about Dosugama's movements that just throw me off when I'm playing Greatsword. I can fight Gore fine, I can fight, Hamatrice just fine, Katacabra, Arkfeld, Indahad. I have no issues with any of them. But Doshagama, I don't know, something about his movement just really throws me off when using Greatsword. Maybe it's because he's constantly moving in a circle around me rather than actually hitting direct. Oh, the release timing was off, I guess. Yes, Toshokama. Yes, feel the pain of my great.
Looks like it's moving to a new area.
Really bulked up, huh?
Got it on the ground.
Okay, I was actually expecting an offset there, but apparently I broke the part.
All right. Look.
I don't know why I wasn't expecting the follow-up. And
Power up activated. Almost there.
you know, I have yet to get him out with this. Alright. Didn't you just take off like a bat out of hell?
Sure to grab anything a monster needs for
I don't know. I don't know what it is about his big, like, bulky movement, and they're like, I don't know. It throws me off when I'm using Greatsword. Insect Glaive, he'll smack me here and there, but it doesn't feel like much of an issue. Well, guess there's that. On down. Well, there's Q, but where's the frog? There it is. I completely whipped.
Shock trap's down and ready for you.
Maybe I just have to have more faith in my hit. Maybe that's my issue. Maybe I have to have more faith in my hit. I'm hoping to get another claw out of this. I did.
That's my partner.
And there's one of the gems I needed. Cool. Hopefully I get another gem in the reward screen and a couple of the claws that I'm still missing. Hey, I got 2 stout bones I needed. There's probably some like low rank monsters, but well, at least when I start doing weapons, there's gonna be some low rank monsters I'll need to go after. The goal is to get as many of these knocked out as possible. Although the Fusium is gonna take a hot minute. I actually need to remember the map that's on. If I'm not mistaken, I can find that in the Ice Shard cliff. But it also might be the oil plate. Let me double check that real fast. No, it's a Ruins of Wyveria item. Huh. Okay.
I heard from the others. Yes.
I'm probably gonna need to do that quest again, huh? Yeah. I still need Bang. And the Great Alpha. Alright. Oh crap, I shouldn't have started from base camp. Ah, it's fine. I can fast travel out there to camp nearby. I should have started at it, but eh. What's an extra minute or so? Not like I'm speedrunning this.
I'm all fired up.
A supply shipment's come in. Hope you find something useful.
There we go. Ah, we should be good to go. Whoa, ho, ho, that lag. Hey, got him out this time. Right away, too. Oh, yeah. Coming down, down, down.
Finding good footing in sandy terrain is tricky. The same goes for monsters.
Boom! For that damage. I hate when you do that stand-up roar. How the heck did that not count as an offset? You're just dead set focused on my palico now that I'm starting to do the offset. What? You know, you're a very weird monster, Fatima. That was just poorly timed. On my part. Alright.
Leave this to me. Heels in back.
You attack so weirdly, bro. So roundly.
Do your thing, plunderer.
That is
Fierce as a cat!
Still don't roar nearly as much as freaking Nervy did, but it's still annoying with it. That was just poorly timed. Thank you. And I know it says the whole thing about sand dunes, but I don't really, that don't, like, it does things to the monsters, but I have yet to see it do much to me, other than when the Valahara do something, but that's it.
Get a load of these claws!
I was hoping you would walk towards me, but you ended up doing no such thing.
Be alert! The weather is unpredictable!
What the heck? Come on. Please.
Do your thing, plundering! Alright! Plunder! This way to the shock trap!
There it is.
Got it on the ground!
And crunch. Right into your neck, too.
Looks like it's moving to a new area.
I know you're gonna just start running as soon as I hit.
Oh, better collect this trap.
Oh, this time didn't get interrupted by the Valahara. Nice. I can fight big, bulky monsters. Weirdly moving monsters just sometimes throw me off.
Think we can use it in combat. Shock trap's down and ready for you.
I'm glad about the shoulder check. I was way too early.
complete.
There's Fang. Need 10 more of them.
This is a rare research opportunity. Can't let it go to waste.
I don't know why Fangs are so weird to get. Although, I guess I have been kind of avoiding the face a bit. Aiming more for the neck. Okay. 3 more of the fangs, look like. Yeah. That's 4 of the 11 I needed. But we'll probably switch monsters for a little bit, just so I'm not doing the same hunt over and over and over again. Although every chance I get when I'm in Riveria, Ruins Riveria, I will need to collect the mining outcrop because I need a lot of lithium. Alright.
Hello. I heard from the others. Right.
There we go. Let's go after Arathian. Probably should have brought flash pods, huh? Ah, I can step the camp behind me once we load in.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydration! Nice and yummy. Hi Odin, welcome to stream.
Okay, let's move out.
Whee! Oh, I didn't grab the flash
Commencing
pod.
quest now. Are you prepared?
I should still be fine.
A supply shipment's coming. Hope you find something useful.
Immediate. Probably need to pop the rat as well. Yeah, chop, chop.
Did it!
Welcome to the block. Woohoo! Baby. Hey there. Oh, I was hoping, but it's fine. My convert element and counter will help mitigate that bit. Or
All ready when you are.
okay, you charge. Just keep charging. What? They didn't blind you?
Snap out of it.
Thank you. That was weird. Pop raptor real quick.
Do your best, Lumberang. All right. Perfect plunder.
Ah, that's fine. That's fine though.
Let's cleanse that status.
Crunch. That's pretty common, I'll be honest. That's pretty common. You know what? Fair enough.
Now's our
There
chance.
we go.
Looking weak. Almost there.
No, it's like everywhere you go, no matter where you go.
Go on the offensive.
You can carve materials out of small monsters as well.
There we go.
That's my partner.
I'm pretty sure the only thing I really need out of this is gonna be a reward screen thing. Oh, it's carved. But I could be wrong, but yeah, the keen bone. Okay. I will be right back. I need to go grab. Alright, I'm back. Guys, really quickly need to grab something. Sorry for all the random noise. Alright, there we go.
I heard from the others.
Probably check the Nada in a minute, but meh. Is it just the... Yeah, literally just the keen bone. And you... I still need more fangs, and I need more stout bones. But we'll do another Rathian hunt real quick.
Understood. Be careful out there.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Now, I believe I have flash pod. Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's just how people are. A lot of places are going to end up being that way, no matter what. It's stupid,
Come on,
but
sir,
meh.
we after this time.
It's something we kind of have to learn to deal with
Commencing
badly.
quest now. Are you prepared?
Doesn't make it okay, but it's going to be a thing.
A supply shipment's come in. Hope you find something useful.
Hello, Rathian. Hey, got a mount right away. Hey, Rathian. And chop.
You did it!
Looks angry.
Yeah, but there's really not much we can do besides just do what we can to try to avoid letting something like that happen again, really. Oh, I was hoping it would fly right into the path of my blade there. Ah, too late. Everyone wants to play the playing game until they're the target. Dang, I was hoping to have a real cool moment there, but apparently...
A flashlight! Use it to find the monster!
I know you're blind, but I didn't think you were that blind. Oh, you put your face so perfectly in my way. Aw, I thought I shoulder tackled. Alright. Maybe missed that. Woo! Baby!
Looks like it's moving to a new area. Let's cleanse that status.
Now that was gorgeous!
We'll have to carve it later.
Huh. That felt nice, though. That cut there was nice. But I would love to go camping again. Don't have the supplies, means transport, so on and so forth. And I'm in the middle of the city, so it really ain't much of an option. They always speed up right there when I'm about to hit them. Like, right as I'm about to hit them, they speed up. Well, I guess that just means it's gonna go. Try and get that wake up hit. Still, 2 acres is a lot more than what I have access to. I might grab these quick. Not sure if I can eat any bones. But... Bone relic. No. Damage beast out there. About to ruin my wake up hit if I'm not careful. Oh! Well. I didn't think it would hit there, but alright.
Here we go!
Nice. That was a cool position to land in.
That's my partner.
Yeah,
This thing's
yeah,
a trove of new
yeah.
data.
After a while, I imagine that it's always better to kind of just more to yourself. I don't know why you at the spot. I end up banning him anyway. Curiosity. I guess. Not like they're ever going to respond, and if they, like, even if it was an actual person coming in saying something like that, it's just gonna be the same response. I don't exactly have, like, an like, any type of, like, admin or anything to be able to take care of things like that for me, nor, yeah. Nor do I really, like, there's just too much annoyance when it comes to that. Really need to hit you in the face. No shot. Ugh. Alright, let's hit Doshagama in the face. Maybe I should switch off the greatsword for a bit and, like, put on something like, gun lance. Really not.
Hunt is on!
But, put on something like gun lance
Let's
instead.
have another hunt
Yeah,
with
you
no
know.
surprises today.
What do you think we'll find?
Yeah. Put you on. Yeah, let's put on the loft floor. Oh, is it here that I have set up? Oh. There was a second one I had set up. Only one that is this. That's not. Let me do this then. Guard dragon attack. Yeah, that works. Yeah, defensive guard dragon. Uh. Hmm. Possibly. Hmm. Artillery? Artillery would probably be really good here. Yeah. Yeah. Artillery. I don't need defensive guard here, considering I already have, yeah, full offensive guard. But another level dragon attack hurt. Alright, that's good. Let's see if we can hit a Doshagama in the face.
Don't mind if I do.
No Shagama! What?
Finding good footing while on the terrain can be the same goes
You
for
start
monsters.
off takes a while, though. Power Clash!
Way to outmuscle that monster!
Okay.
Hey, Adley! Over here!
You know, you move so weirdly.
Careful. Let's hang.
Huh.
Weather's changing.
No, Shagama, can you stop moving in such a weird-ass way and actually come at me? Finally come at me. Move so weirdly. Why do you move so weirdly? Finally. Damn it.
Looks like it's moving to a new area.
Are you sure about that? Specifically targeting this base.
Like this ought to put a dent in it.
Start first. And Bracken. Uh-huh. You move so weirdly. Why must you move so weirdly? I don't know. But yeah, I've butchered plenty of names from like people I've met. Oh, I hit the wrong button. That was
Shock trap's
An
down and ready
experience.
for you.
Oh, holy Lord above.
hello, hello. I am streaming right now, so just
I know. Holy Lord above. I can already tell.
Uh-huh.
I've made my warnings. I've made them especially clear.
I don't think it's gonna make a difference, but good luck.
I will survive. It will be okay. They might die, but you know.
Hey, it's D&D. It's D&D. Like, that's kind of part of the game. You either make your character survive until you hit whatever the max level is for that campaign, or you fall along the way. Because there really ain't much of an in-between.
Well, so question. So this is the world that above 40 is happening, right?
What's that?
This is your game where above 40 is above
Yeah.
20 is happening?
Yeah, yep, level 40 is max level. So no multi-classing until they hit level 20. Yeah, what you're hearing is, my buddy Storm. He's a, fellow DM for D&D. He joined the, Chris Jackson server that
Even at DM's story relevance discretion?
What?
Even at DM's story relevance discretion?
What do you mean?
Warlocks is the easiest way to put that. You hear it from me?
I heard Warlock, but I'm trying to understand why you're referring to it.
For instance, a deal to be made to save someone's life. Or to gain power in order to do something. That would typically infer that they become a warlock.
Okay.
Just eh.
It's always a treat to watch you work, Hunter.
It's not a yes, that's not a no.
I'm kind of in, like, I was just finishing up a hunt, so my confusion has not gone away.
Data.
Like, why it was brought up in the first place. We may have been
Oh.
chatting about something 10 seconds
We are,
ago, but...
we are, the reasoning it's being brought up is simply hypotheticals. No actual plans yet, just hypotheticals to understand boundaries of things.
Okay, so, start from the beginning.
We had spoken about this being the above 20 campaign, and you had said no multi-classing before level 20.
Correct.
I said, does that include even DM discretion story relevant things, such as becoming a warlock?
Becoming a warlock is essentially just like a deal, and the way going from level 20 to level 21 works is that that person will be given a specified quote-unquote quest that is just for them, that has everything to do with their...
I'm meaning
their
before
class.
level 20. We are talking before level 20, while multi-classing is quote-unquote barred.
They cannot take on any features of anything that is not from their class.
Yes.
They can only use their class. They cannot go into anything or do anything towards their next class until they specifically hit level 20. If that doesn't answer your question, then I literally have no idea what you're talking about then.
That answers question. That answers question.
Thank you.
So I have to work around that. Got it. I will work around that. For instance, giving boons instead of levels and shit like that. Giving specified abilities based on the deals, etc., etc. All hypotheticals, specifically.
Yeah, they wouldn't, they could, like, for example, say they want to make a deal with Thanatos for power because they're gonna go into Warlock. They can start out discussing a deal, but not have a deal set until they hit level 20, where then Thanatos himself would give them a quest as a test, so that they can actually complete the deal and start their Warlock level as it goes. I can block most other roars. Not yet. I put my shield up, but okay.
Gotcha. I can tell already that it's gonna.
This'll freshen you up quick.
I know how this is gonna go, but we're gonna play it out anyway.
You hear it in the way they talk and act?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
How old are they?
He is 16, 17. Sham, I believe, is...
Sham is fine. I don't care about Sham.
Yeah, he, I'm pretty sure, is like 16, 17, or just about to turn 17.
Oh, another thing. I was told that flirting is off the table as far as you said. Is that a
Yeah, they're
is that...
playing children. Their in-game
they're
characters are
playing
locked
children.
to level 10 to 14, like age 10 to 14. No flirting, no seduction, none of it. That and like the one time like it might have been a possibility, I introduced a character on a whim just because like I didn't know what to do. They just kind of randomly did a thing and I wasn't prepped for it. And they immediately began to flirt with the character. Specifically, he began to flirt with the character because I described their eyes as being a pretty jade color, I guess. I don't know. And it just freaked me way the fuck out. So no. I said it for everyone. Not happening.
Time to go on the offensive.
I did momentarily get this. I did momentarily have that lapse in it. Oh.
Really don't want to fall, Rathian. But yeah, their characters are children, and the fact that like one of them is still not a legal adult, just no type of like flirty characters. Or, like I get like children of Aphrodite exist, but they can be flirty without actually being flirty. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it.
They can do the whole like makeup thing, the look good thing, the dress nice thing. That's like quote unquote flirty without actually being flirty, so.
Looks like we're moving to a new area.
I'm more meaning like I like having parties and like balls and stuff and dances. Taking dates to those is part of the gist. I'm not meaning actually anything happening.
Yeah, well, yeah,
That's not
like
what
every once in a while, like even in the book, they have the extremely rare occasional like party
romantic
like that,
moment.
but like also one thing that I'm actually gonna need your help and Luna's help on is setting up the capture the flag games that are supposed to happen every Friday on in camp, like in-game Friday.
Well, that's fun. What's funny about that is my party is outside of camp. What day is it inside of camp?
Right now it would be Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay.
Wednesday, the March 12th of last year.
Okay, so it's Wednesday of last year.
Wednesday, March 12th of last year. Is the exact date.
And just like you said, Malachi was not going to do the whole D level thing, so they are not allowed to level up until I say so.
I was actually surprised that Mally agreed even to that.
You know why they agreed to it? It's called psychological trick. I gave them 2 options and told them to pick one.
No,
There was no other option for them to pick.
fair enough. Fair enough.
They started getting really
I'm not gonna
irritated.
throw Storm, and working through it is kind of what we're doing now. And if you would like to join the server and join as a player in that, I can do that. I'm still allowing players to join. So if you're down to join the server, yeah, I can send you
We
an
do
invite.
need more players for Group 4.
I know, I need 2 more players. Something I told
I
you
assume
would need
I
to
can be
assist in.
heard. That's I'm talking to your watchers. Yeah.
Yeah, all one of them.
All one of them, whoever this rando is.
In the server, they're raccoon.
The
The server we're currently talking in, they're raccoon.
Gotcha. But yeah, I made it expressly clear. I was like, combat is not going to be your first option all the time. Because of how the world works, because of how people work. People will prioritize their self-survival over killing a monster. If you can run, your character will most likely, typically, 9 times out of 10, run instead of face the monstrosity that's ahead of them. Because it ensures that they can continue on their quests. Because it ensures their survival. Because I make my combats evenly matched. And it will come down to a dice roll.
Yeah.
I made sure to make that very clear.
Yeah. No.
Specifically to Malachi. I sat there, I was like, okay, so what type of...
Eat.
I was like, what type of player are you? And they're like, combat. I'm like, okay, what does that look like to you? And they're like, fighting the monsters and anything not humanoid, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, well, telling you right now, it's not a good idea to fight every single monster.
Yeah, to bring that point home, you could always find a, minor god or goddess in the, like, Greek pantheon. Even if I don't have a stat block set up for it, I can do that real quick, but I imagine you'd be able to
I can always throw in another half demigod, another demigod or some shit.
Well, when they're in camp, yeah. Outside of camp, that's very unlikely.
Unlikely, not unheard of.
Yes, but it would essentially have to be either A, cursed person, or B, someone who's spending time with their family.
Or C, someone who's exiled from camp.
None are truly exiled from camp unless they're exiled by the gods from Olympus, which then exiles them from camp. And there's only ever been like
somebody
2
has
cases
done
of that.
something, if someone has done something so bad that they are barred from camp, then they would be an enemy to the party.
But they're also likely dead. Because the gods usually don't exile. They murder first. They're petty.
You know,
This is
I
lore.
know, it doesn't mean that they can't.
There's only...
Yes.
There's 2 cases. 2 cases.
There is lore, and then there is the world that we are telling. They are similar, but they are not the exact same.
I've had to make some changes because it is D&D, but I am still leaning lore heavy as possible.
Yes, and I understand that. That doesn't mean that there are not exceptions that are simply not spoken of in the books.
Fair enough to a degree.
There are things that the books do not cover. Or have not covered. And there is, of course, things outside of the realm of knowledge of the camp. and of the point of view of
Let's have
the
another
books.
run.
There are things that are just unknown yet.
They've issued us supplies.
Seth, trust me,
Let's
I
hope
know
these
how to
guys-
run a game.
I know you know how to run a game, but also I'm trying to make it very abundantly clear about my take on the fact that this is extremely lore heavy. Because
And
I
I
also know how you
understand
can
that.
be with lore.
I understand that. You do know how I can be with Lord, but you also haven't played with me in how many years? I'm currently running a game that is based on a book series. I understand how lore plays in. I also understand when lore needs to be disregarded for the fun of the story in certain circumstances. It is a careful
Jason,
balance.
the CPT, thank you so much for the follow, and a nom 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 for you too. Oh crap, I got grabbed.
Oh, you got grabbed? Oh no. Run, stop being grabbed. But no, I sat there and I made it like abundantly clear. I was like, there is 9 times out of 10, if you can escape from a situation, it is best to escape a situation. Fighting should be your last option when you are trapped in a corner. Unless it's something that you have to kill. Like if you have to kill a Minotaur to get, through the labyrinth, kill the Minotaur to get through the labyrinth. That is an example. Do not lure me right now.
Oh no, that statement is still lore accurate. To a degree. I thought that.
But alas, yeah, I sat there and I talked to him.
Other than
Yeah, other than Rudolph will get there. And it looks like we're going to be playing on Saturdays instead of Tuesdays.
so all groups are on Saturdays now.
Hey, it makes it easier for interconnected stories.
Yeah.
But yeah, they tried giving me lip about sending them back to camp, that they've been there for 7 months, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's their fault. Like, the progress they made, like, you can see it in Owlbear Rodeo, how little distance they have made in that time. So it's really not going to make all that much of a difference. They're going to end up packing that space anyway.
Like, it's not a huge thing. Just so you know, I don't fully understand how our Owlbear Rodeo works. I use Roll20 personally, typically. So like, just
I
informing you, I will probably have questions for you on like how things work on it.
Do you have an Owlbear Rodeo account, or...
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, I have an account.
Yeah, okay. So I can run you through how Owlbear Rodeo works. It's just, it doesn't have inbuilt, like, character sheet. That's really, like, one of the big differences. And, like, another difference is, like, the scenes versus map. But I can explain all that, like, outside of stream.
Yeah, we'll go through that later. Oh Lord. So on your map of camp, why aren't all of the houses labeled? Why are all of the different houses?
Because their specific locations and like each cabin represents a specific god or goddess. Although there are some that are always going to be empty, but are there as like honorable mentions type of thing, or like if they didn't have a cabin, the god or goddess in question would absolutely lose their damn thing. Because they're petty.
I understand that. I'm just the big cabins where I don't know where they're located.
I'm gonna need you to repeat that. Really
I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Never mind. I'm just stupid. I see all the cabins now.
Yeah. And try to remember the cabin numbers to the gods and goddesses, because that's how the campers themselves are going to end up labeling them, as they can't say the goddesses' names unless it's their godly parent, and it can't, even then can't be said disrespectfully, because there is divine punishment for doing so.
And it can be said disrespectfully. There are just punishments and consequences to denying action.
That entire mentality is why I finished the god stat block. Well, not all of them, but specifically the like Olympians and some of the other like minor gods and whatnot that are a part of the story in some way, fashion, or form.
Yeah. They can be said disrespectfully, just actions have consequences. And I drove that point home. I was like, yeah, you have blinded the Cyclops. Now fucking Poseidon is after you. The Odyssey exists for a reason. Yeah.
But not all of Poseidon's children he is that protective over.
No, I know that. I was using it as an example to show that combat is not always the option, and that your actions will have consequences.
Oh. Ow! Gotta treat that.
Like that was
I'm
really
sorry,
my big.
Case, I didn't see your message there. But this one specifically is a monster by the name of Udra. It's literally a flaming octopus. But it's definitely new for the generation. It's actually the start of an entire like new sub-division of the monsters for the Monster Hunter verse. Specifying cephalopod. But yeah, it's pretty fun, and like I actually have a few friends out in Germany. I've been to Germany too. That's not been since 2012. So it's been a hot minute since I've been there. The place though, it's the school one.
But I've also mandated that they make me like type out their backstory and send it to me, because backstory matters.
Yeah.
It tells you the reasoning of why your character does things. It tells you how their character thinks. It tells you why they're, for instance, egotistical, as someone so kindly put, aka, you know who. I was like, I went on like a list of different things.
It also would be a good way to figure out what their character's fatal flaw is, which is something that is part of the lore first.
Yeah, like, okay, egotistical, you're overconfident.
Yeah.
That's your fatal flaw. And I will probably alter like how like their backstories impact it and stuff like that. For instance, a thing that I like to dwell upon is like aspects. That's a thing from like from Fate. Is aspects based on their backstory. It's not necessarily abilities that they get, but it's points in their backstory that have formed them. And those aspects are the core message or core thing that they took from that. Such as if you have been attacked by vampires over and over and over and over, and you've hunted them, you might have the aspect of hatred of vampires, which is a core thing to your character. They hate vampires. You know, and same thing with they have like trouble aspects is what they call it, which is the fatal flaw, as it were.
Looks like it's moving to a new area.
They're overconfident. They're overzealous. They don't know danger when they see it. They are hunted by a specific.
The average child of Athena has hubris as a fatal
Whip out the
flaw
barbecue crate.
means that
Yes.
they know too much and they're very smart and they're so confident in their smarts they can't ever think they're wrong.
Yeah. So like things like that. So I will probably incorporate a little bit more towards that as far as like things that they need to have from their backstories.
Yeah, but also fatal flaws don't need to be a negative, but there is always some type of negative that can be brought from a fatal flaw.
Same thing with aspects. Aspects are supposed to be neither negative nor positive. They're supposed to be just a thing that can be used either way. For instance, we'll go back to hatred of vampires. Hatred of vampires, say you call on that aspect for instance, in this game, it would be you'd get advantage. In Fate, you get an extra d6 to add. In this game, you would get advantage, say your fatal flaw, your aspect is hatred of vampires. You walk into a tavern full of vampires. You want to kill each and every one of them. That is a negative, because you are compelled by your aspects, by your core of your being, that this is something that you have to do. Comparatively, as a positive, hatred of vampires, you're trying to track a vampire, and you have experience doing that because of that backstory, because of the stuff, you might get an advantage for that, stuff like that. They're supposed to be neither negative nor positive, they're supposed to be able to be used in both ways. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's
I
just
got
something that personally I am going to incorporate because it's something that helps connect the players to their characters more.
Yeah, just like in session though, I would say like refrain from calling them aspects, but yeah, I don't mind it. Mostly,
Aspect is just the terminology that's used in the Fate system. That's the only reason I'm calling it aspect right now. I will come up with a different name for it next time.
like for like the negatives, I can understand like focusing on trying to do like just saying like fatal flaw in general would be like a good way, but then not all of it going to involve their fatal flaws. So I imagine you'll probably have a couple of terms, but just at the end of the day, like.
Well, how I do it is they will have one what's known in Dresden Files as a trouble aspect. That is their fatal flaw or their issue that could be internal or external. That could be something that they struggle with self-confidence, they mentally are unaware of their surroundings, or it could be an external thing, such as they have made an enemy that is hunting them down. That is a trouble aspect. It goes either way. And you can accumulate more aspects as the story goes on, as you progress, as each scene comes to a close. I use scene as a loose terminology. Scenes are like the arc that you are currently on.
Which for them would be their quest, because like
yes.
quests are supposed to take a lot of time.
Yes, at the end of their quest, they will most likely gain a new aspect that will be personalized to them and to their experiences during these quests.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
But that's just personal stuff of how I have started to run games now because I have the experience from other game systems that I like to incorporate over.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I understand like personal like home rules, like table rules, like home table rules.
Yeah. For instance, like I have a table rule as far as bards go about distraction, and this is like a house fun rule type thing. Is that if the bard takes X amount of actions, X amount of time to distract someone via, playing a song or something, I let them play a song with a songbot that is under 3 minutes, max of 3 minutes. And in that time, they aren't able to do anything, but the rest of the party that is not, part of that gets to take actions as quickly as they can in that time. Of course, if they fuck up and don't make a stealth roll properly, other people are going to stop being distracted. At that point, the surprise round is over. But that's just a fun house rule that I use. But I don't have any bards, unfortunately.
Yeah. You have two druids and I believe a cleric.
Yep, I got 2 druids and a cleric.
But those 2 druids don't really know how to play druid, but they'll figure it out.
Oh, they're going to. They're going to.
Alright, I still need certificate, spike, horn, so I can go after another new Udra. I do need to go after Gore as well.
Understood.
Prep this
Be
time
careful.
rather than just take it. But yeah, I think it'll all work out fine. It's just there's gonna be several things that I personally am gonna end up being like real
Oh,
pain
fucking
in your ass about.
Malachi, they said they were like, yeah, I fight all I'm a big combat person, blah blah. I'm like, you are gonna hate me. Like outright. I was just like, you're gonna hate me. Because I plan combats. And those
But once
combats are
they're,
not
like-
meant to be easy.
Yeah, but once they're out of camp, it's gonna be a lot of it's gonna be a lot of travel because like although I imagine you're probably gonna do like traversal over long distance differently, I make them go through the street like you walk. Like they will actually do the street walk. They will walk down the street and like if they end up walking for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours straight, they have a chance of gaining a point of exhaustion if they don't take a couple of rest points and pay attention to their surroundings, because monsters are constantly hunting them, and as demigods of this world, they give off a scent that monsters love. So,
Yeah,
and the stronger they
I-
are, the stronger it is.
I will do random encounters from the perspective of the player. I will do planned encounters from my perspective, if that makes sense. Like, they won't know it's coming, but I know it's coming. I'm not just gonna randomly throw a monster at them, because that's not fun. That's just gonna slow down unless there's typically going to be some.
Me, the way I've always treated it, I'll get a list of monsters like ready for the day, but when I throw them at them, that is random. I'll usually like decide that off of a actual like knife.
And that's fair. I will plan things out a lot more. These creatures, monsters are not stupid. They have survived for this long because they're not stupid. Not all of them. All of them are not intelligent, but a lot of them are. You know, you have your hound dogs and stuff like that, and your demon dogs and shit that aren't smart. But you know, your like demonoid lady who can fly through the air, who's been alive for Harpy, or you know, there are other things of that nature.
Yeah,
But-
like Helicahine,
Yeah.
these ones are a lot more on the intelligent scale than they are like compared. Like some Cyclopses can be really smart, but their intelligence usually comes from crafting, not so much with like speech or like making deals and stuff. They're more the
yeah.
crafter.
But that doesn't mean that they do not have the capacity for reflection of thought and conversation. In certain circumstances, depending on roles, depending on this and that, you might be able to talk that Cyclops down, or trick that Cyclops, or whatever.
Yeah, and like a lot of times, even in like the book, Cyclops are treated like, yeah, they can be smart, but they talk like someone who's like 20 years younger than what they actually are.
Yeah, no,
even to a point of like even a Cyclops who's been around for like 200 years can sound like a 12-year-old, even though they are extremely intelligent and are very skilled at what they do. They still sound like they're talking like a child.
Yeah, but like, I'm a more fan of intelligent creatures leading unintelligent creatures, because that's just how the natural world works.
To a degree in this
To a
world,
degree,
it's the
to a
same, but
degree.
the-
Like there are of course wild creatures. You know, there are wild wolves that you know are untouched by society, that have no form of, whatever. But there are also wolves that have been tamed and are used for other things. It's a very similar concept. Yes, there are going to be unintelligent creatures that are not, that just are there because they are hungry. And that's their one thing, and, the players might have to run from them, they might have to kill them, they might have to hide from them, etc., etc. But, yeah. But there are also going to be unintelligent creatures that are led by intelligent creatures because those intelligent creatures realize their usefulness.
Mostly when it comes to like leadership roles, that's either going to be like your high-end, like big legend creatures, chimeras, Cerberus. Although Cerberus is currently one that you only meet in the underworld, there is no exceptions on that. But you get the general idea. Titans are going to be your big, like real big bads that they get around that level.
And like there are lesser creatures that are still intelligent that would use a hound dog or a demon dog or whatever is the hellhound, right? Those are
or dark
that would use other creatures like that are more mini boss than main boss, but they still use them because they're intelligent enough.
Yeah, like the combat scenario they're technically in until you actually start to reset, and that's going to be a case of like it's a Cyclops who has control over a couple of Dark Omens.
Yeah, like it's not always going to be an intelligent creature, but there is. Intelligent creatures are intelligent. They know how to hunt. They know how to kill. They know how to find people. Better than some dumb thing that doesn't. Yeah, it's smart enough to track based on instincts, but without intelligent thought, you can't be smarter.
This should be your ages ago, but for you. Sharpen, please. Sharpen, please. Thank you. How many times I hit the button to do the thing that it did the thing to me.
I'll ride with you.
I love how they tried saying that they were a seasoned player. Like I was like, so I understand that you're a relatively new player. And they're like, no, I've been playing for. And I'm like, so you've played in one game for the past 3 years. That's not being seasoned.
So the thing is, though, the last server, like the server that I was in that started this entire campaign before it became its own server, they were a DM.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, if you imagine how that went.
I'm sorry.
Not my DM,
All
I
of
never
their
had them
players.
as a DM, but yeah.
Oh, that's when do I get to talk to Luna? When are they free?
You can message them at any time, but I imagine sometimes it's later this afternoon because they've been dealing with a lot of family stuff and may not be home for a while. That's also why our group isn't going to be meeting for a couple of weekends, and I plan on watching over Obby's frequently to like make sure that they're doing good, give Obby someone to be able to ask questions for. They're a
Just so
relatively
you
new
know,
DM.
we are not going to be able to start until next month. Because that is the earliest that the group will be together. I'm hoping Saturdays. I'm hoping the 5th is when we start. Hoping the 5th. So, 3 months from then is June.
That's moving to a new area. Which also works out with the timeline too. Like, it's gonna be a while before like any of these groups. Because the first quest went by really quickly because there was just. Firstly, the more intelligent players actually did the smart thing and used transportation to their advantage, even though they did repeatedly get attacked using those transportation because they're demigods. But they still took advantage of it and were able to move along quickly. But there are cases like one current situation where they've been stuck in the labyrinth, which time works differently. So what was like a couple of days for their character was like 2 months outside of the labyrinth.
Yeah, I'm mental prepping, you know?
Yeah, I know.
And I have to plan this and what path they're gonna take. And blah 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 blah.
I'm pretty sure it'll work out, but I'm going to apologize now. I'm going to be adding a little bit to your frustrations because there are certain things that just have to be. For lore reasons only.
Such as?
Like, as I mentioned before, you will end up having to figure out divine punishments if they decide to just willy-nilly start saying the gods' names. And even as an unclaimed child, even if you know who your godly parent is, you can't just say their name. But if you're claimed, then yes, you can, to a degree. But, like, and, like, you figured out, like, the whole consequences thing, yes, that's fine. The aspects of, like, the ambrosia, too many servings, that is a no questions asked. If they have 10 servings worth, that is
Yeah,
combined.
I do a similar thing with like good berry. Like you can't eat a certain amount of good berries in a single sitting, or you're going to take points of exhaustion and getting sick. Because each good berry is the meal for the entire day.
Yeah.
You eat 5 days worth of meals at once, you're gonna get sick.
Unless, of course, you're Goku, but that's different.
None of them are Goku.
Right.
No, I made sure to drive home the point that like consequences are readily there. I also made sure to drive home the point that your rapport with NPCs, because it will. In my game specifically, your rapport will matter.
There is one other aspect that I forgot to mention that has specifically to do with Camp Half-Blood. They can gain proficiency in skills they do not have proficiency in, including feats and other actions, other things of that nature. That is possible for them, but they have to find someone who has proficiency in said skill. They have to gain training in it, and each day they're allowed to do up to 3 dice rolls for that skill. And
I will, based on story relevance, if it does not make sense for them, like, yes, they will be able to make dice rolls, but if it does not make sense for them to be proficient in something, or it does not make sense for them to gain a feat, they're not just gonna be able to use the system to break it. Yes, they can get things as long as story provides.
like, for example, if someone has no proficiency in stealth, they can gain proficiency in stealth by finding a child of Hermes and training with them to gain to gain it. But it's not fast. It is extremely slow. They can make up to 3 rolls per day. When they do these rolls, they're like, yes, if you're above, I personally set it to like 12 for if it's above 12 on the dice roll, they will pass and they will get a positive for it. But
first they have
end
to
up
gain
going
half
lower-
proficiency. First they have to gain half proficiency, then they can gain proficiency. There are levels to it. Half proficiency exists.
I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to explain it how I've been doing it. What you make changes to for your group, whatever. I'm just explaining it how I've been doing it.
Seth, I have ran that exact same way for every game for a very long time. I understand how people gain levels and
It's not,
gain things and feats and abilities and skills.
I treat certain aspects differently, and I'm trying to explain, but you won't let me explain. Fuck.
Because I know how we've done it before.
I'm not doing it the same as I've done in the past.
And neither am I. I have a system already for how I planned to already have them do that.
Anyway, moving on from that. Here, I have better faith.
I can send you my chart if you would like the chart. Because first they have to get, how I do it, first you have to gain half proficiency, which the DC is lower to gain half proficiency. Once you gain half proficiency, the DC increases to gain full proficiency. And then if you wish to go for expertise, the DC to get expertise increases. And there's a chart, and you have to get X amount of successes, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I don't allow them to go for expertise unless it's a skill they already had proficiency in from their class. If it's something that they had gained from
I'll allow
then
them
I
to.
don't. But
I'll allow them to get expertise, but that's simply because they will have worked for it.
And I can understand that. I personally haven't been allowing it because there are certain aspects later on in their story that I just can't. I can't.
No, that's understandable from your side. I'm just how I do things.
Have I told you who the true big bad of the entire current story up until we get to the Roman arc?
Yeah, it's the primordial fuck. What was their name? I know their name. Uh, let me look at notes because I've been taking notes. What was their name? What was their
Be careful out
name?
there.
I can't find it. Maybe I can. Wasn't it like Urbis or something like that? Yeah.
We're close. Yeah, it's there. The primordial of dark.
Yep.
I heard from the others.
However, I assume that's not coming into play for a while. At least not for my game. It will not come into play for a while.
That's gonna end up being my group's gonna end up running into certain events that deal with him, but it's gonna be a long time before any of them are actually ready to face him.
Mine will have hints towards him, but that's it. As in, they might find a mark on a fallen enemy's body that's like a branding of his or something of that nature, but they won't realize that he's sending them or that this is going on. They won't realize that. It will be a very slow, gradual
his
thing.
entire thing, Erebus's entire thing, why this all ends up happening is because he finds out that Nick has some semi-primordial children. She had twins with a mortal, and he don't like that, which led to him doing everything he's doing. And after he awoke and found out about all that, and he's already gotten a hold of one of them because one of my players is a damn moron sometimes.
Yeah.
And so I had to make an edit there. So part of my story's already changed because decision. But the other part of it is as he's been awake and trying to handle this whole situation with his wife, children that are not his, he ends up discovering that it is quite enjoyable to mess with the world, the people in it, and and has begun to want to take it over for himself, and that's kind of why we have the events that we are having.
Yeah. I understand that. It's just.
And Erebus at full power is able to handle Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades on his own. And that's his it's his full power.
Well, I will have lead-ups and small little tiny things towards that, but like it won't be. They will not be like.
New, since as DM you kind of need to know that.
Yeah. As a player, I don't know that. I know nothing.
Your character knows that. And I trust you to not metagame more than just about everyone else in the server. Yeah, metagaming
If
may
I'm
also
met-
be a problem.
Metagaming is something that is dealt with by psychic damage. It is straight up dealt with psychic damage. Hey, roll a d6. Cool, take that damage. You're metagaming. Hey, you did it again. Roll a d10. Cool, take that damage. It gets worse. I punish metagaming. I do not fuck with
Yeah, that's fair.
it. No, metagaming ruins the fun of the game. You're here to play a character, not to play. That's my job. I have the slightest amount of hope.
Hey, ugly! Over here!
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's been hard enough because a lot of my documentation I can't actually put down as documentation. So I've had to keep it all mentally tracked, and it's made my games more stressful than they ever should have been.
I mentally track everything. Get on my level.
Looks like it's moving to a new area.
So, end of their little prophecy, they need to be in a cave and interact with the energy of Gaia, right? And that does
that is
what?
going to end up triggering the event that leads to the awakening of Gaia for the Heroes of Olympus series, which will allow us to introduce the Rome.
Okay, I need to know what I need to have happen inside of that cave, specifically.
Oh, that's where the battle with the Hydra is going to happen.
Okay, that happens. That is cool. Battle with Hydra happens in next.
Essentially, it's during the fight that the whole finding the energy thing for Gaia kind of happens. That's like the goal anyway. But past that, as long as those two things happen, yeah.
Okay, I need to know what they need to do with said energy.
Oh, release it. It just needs to be released somehow. During
Okay, that is cool. That is what I needed. You're telling me that they're finding this energy, and then this triggers this and this and this, and I'm like,
yeah.
How does it trigger this and this and this?
The release of the energy due to their fight.
You said find, not release, so I needed to make sure of what you wanted them to do.
Fair enough. I guess I didn't specify those exact wordings, but part of me believed it was implied, so I apologize.
You're good. I'm coming into this story unknowing. Keep in mind, I haven't read the book.
Well, that event has nothing to do with it. That's actually as far away from the book as I'm possibly going to.
That's my partner.
Cool. So what I will have happen then is as the Hydra falls, they will break through a wall of this cavern, revealing Gaia's heart, as it were, or what looks to be the heart of Gaia, and that death gets absorbed, and it powers that heart to start again, to awaken again, as the body of the Hydra kind of just dissipates into energy and just gets absorbed into that stone.
Yeah, that's fine, but I would say, like, to kind of hint at what's going on when they first enter the cave, kind of, like, imply that they kind of hear or feel what seems to be a pulsing of some kind,
Yep.
almost like
There-
a heartbeat.
A heartbeat. I'm gonna have like writings. I'm gonna make this cave less of a cave and more of like a rune, a ruins, like that are inside of the cave, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So they will be able to like see depictions of Gaia and stuff like that. So they will get hinted at as to what this place is. The Hydra itself is probably put there by a god to protect Gaia's heart.
I would say that would probably that would probably be Zeus in this case because of how much he fears her.
Yep. And once they killed that being, it allows that energy to flow through the cave again, and to let that heart ignite. That's how I will do that. But yeah, I will definitely allude to things and foreshadow things and stuff like that. And at that point, once Gaia's heart starts beating again, the cave is going to collapse in on itself, and they have to run the fuck out of there. And that's how I'm going to, like, get them to not mess with the energy, not try and, take the glowing stone. I will just collapse that cave on it. But yeah, any other major points that I need to make sure to include?
For the quest, for that specific quest, no, that's it. Otherwise, try to make sure the events that are mentioned in the prophecy, however you see those events happening, happen. Otherwise, yeah.
Well, that is what I was looking into. I was like, what is it? The choice of heart or fate. That is why I was like asking about the flirting love interest thing. Yeah. Are you going to choose to save the love, or are you going to choose to save the world? Yeah. Blah blah blah. If that makes sense,
Yeah, I got you. I think when I was doing it, mine was more familial than like love interest, but that it's like it still sticks to the quote given there in the prophecy from her. Because there's like multiple options. It's kind of like how it all works. There's more than one way that the prophecy can come about, but it will come about.
Question. So you said 3 demigods go on these quests.
Yeah.
Can I send a satyr with them?
No. A satyr would count as a member, and like it would count towards that 3. Even though, yes, it is like specified in demigod in this case, but that is because I do not allow the players to play as like satyrs or anything. Sure, like
but that would
I'm
be
allowing them to play as like children can. But
I'm meaning, think about this for a second. There is nothing that states that a satyr can't go with them in their prophecy. 3 shall rise from unknown gods. That means that they have to be demigod children. Unclaimed, blah blah blah.
No. That's because they're unclaimed. Not because they're unplanned. They're unclaimed.
I didn't say unclaimed. I said unclaimed.
Oh, well, from my end, it sounded like you said unplayable stuff.
What I'm saying is to tie into the choice of heart, making Satyr a love interest. Sending them with them, they have to give up that Satyr or fail their quest. That is what I'm starting out as 4, going to 3, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, if the
To
Satyr
avoid
does
the
end
tragedy.
up like specifically dying, like no matter
Yes,
what, like
that
whatever they
is
do or
that is
anything,
that is what I'm meaning. Is I'm wanting to send this Satyr with them as a plot point for them to die.
okay, then yeah, that's fine. Like the tragedy must come about if there's more than what is stated or allowed. So this would be like one of those cases where it has to, like that, for lore reasons as to why. As for
I don't feel so
which
good.
Satyr,
Won't even. I probably won't even make the Satyr an actual love interest. I will probably just make them a friend, if that makes sense. Choice of heart. Do you say your friend or do you say this quest? For instance, as the rocks in the cave are falling, the Satyr's leg gets trapped under some of the debris and rubble. Are you going to turn back and sacrifice all of you? Or are you going to keep running?
Over here.
It's a purposeful increase. That's what I mean. Like I'm
like I said, that's fine. It's just like as long as whoever is not supposed to be there, it does not come back to camp, then it's fine.
that is also what I'm meaning. Like it will allow me to have an NPC that will help guide the party through this. You know what I mean? It'll help me have a little bit more narrative control, to be able to, you know, talk the party out of going and fighting random shit because they just want to fight random shit. It's a story element, but yeah. But anywho, do you have anything else you want to tell me about this?
At least nothing that is going to take effect that has anything to do with like your current prophecy.
I would like to know what the next like big thing is going to be. Like,
So they're gonna end up, each group is gonna have a grand total of 3 prophecies that are like just for their groups, and then a 4th prophecy that's going to involve everyone.
that's understandable. So, what I would like to do is go ahead and, like, towards the mid to end point of their current prophecy, start hinting at the things that are going to pop up in the next prophecy that they get, if that makes sense. So for instance, say that this awakening of Gaia is going to cause, say, mass destruction, volcanic eruptions, and blah, 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 blah. I might have lead up to that, because that's happening after Gaia's awakening. I might have lead ups to that as far as they might run into a, what's seismologists, I think, is the ones that study volcanoes? Stuff like that. Whatever it is.
There's another term for it, but that's how I grew up being told it's called.
Yeah, they're the people who study like tectonic plates and stuff like that. They might run into someone like that, and they might think that there's unequal plate shifting, and it's causing destruction. And that would like give them small hints into what the next, what is going to be
Occurring.
part of, yes. What's going to be occurring in the next act, if you would. in the next prophecy.
Yeah, see, when it gets to the end of this portion of the story, like, the whole, like, Gaia thing there is to hint at the fact that we're going to be moving to the Roman era, and introducing the Roman demigods, and the next portion after that is just
See, in that case, I might have, like, inside that, the ruins, the cave ruins, I might have both Greek structures and writing, but also Roman structures and writing, if that makes sense.
if you do something like that, rather than having Roman structures, I would say go with, like, Roman weaponry, as if it was a place attacked by the Romans. It was something that did happen in the past, but shouldn't be in America.
Yeah, but, like, that's what I mean. Like, little things to hint at to what the next thing is going to be. So, that's just... I would like information on the next thing before this ends. So, you have time to get me that information. And then I would like to make the prophecy myself. Of course, I'll buy it, but I would like to write out and make that prophecy myself. Give me guidelines of what you want to occur next thing, but like...
So, honest to goodness, I would say look up, like, all of the Percy Jackson prophecies that have been, like, that are in the stories. Like, from the books, specifically, like, all of the...
I'm about to go through and read the Percy Jackson. Sorry, I was asking my roommate if we had them.
So you'll have that information, but that is, like, that structure that is a part of those prophecies is the structure that all the prophecies will take.
Yeah.
Although there is going to be, once again, a slight exception, but that is just because how D&D works and how the story is going. But generally, sticking to that is, like, the rule of thumb.
Naturally. Oh, lordy. So, is Raccoon gonna join us and play some Percy Jackson?
Huh?
Are they going to become our next player?
That depends, but gonna have to wait until after stream to really find out. Trying to discuss things of importance in D&D while also fighting to a Daracon. Dear heavens.
You got this.
Oh, I beat him. I just finished the quest. The timing is impeccable. I have many things, my dear. Oh.
But no, I thought the card dealer thing was cool because I've always liked the idea of playing card combat. My only thing is I would like to be able to use the playing cards as a melee weapon too. I feel like if you're using sharpened playing cards, they should be like daggers. You know, you could use them in hand to hand too. That's my only
That's
thing.
an ability that comes later. I
Is
noticed
it?
that. I noticed that when I was reading through it. There is a thing later on that allows you to do essentially the same thing, but it's described differently. But yeah, essentially, at later levels, there is an ability that gives you melee range.
Well, it's just simply if something gets in melee range, I literally cannot attack them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that just completely defeats the point.
Well, you're still
I
allowed
should-
to have other weapons.
Yeah, but my cards are
I heard from
two-handed.
the others.
Not all the time. Later on, they become one-handed.
Later on, they become one-handed. Later on, they also become melee weapons.
Right.
Correct. But
That's what I mean.
essentially your character is the backline. You need your party members to act as your wall.
I will. I might not be Hecate. I might be something that has some form of like
Honest to goodness, playing as someone who uses cards, I would say go to Hermes. I would look over the Hermes abilities. I think they would match really well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking Hermes. That's actually deadass exactly who I was thinking.
You need the console for.
Where the fuck is Hermes? You need to. There aren't like. Fuck. This isn't in order of anything.
It's in the order that they were created.
Reorder it in like alphabetical order or some shit.
Maybe another day.
I will help you.
I have a whole other document you said you would help me with, and you have not. So, forgive me if I don't believe you.
Not forgetting anything?
Which document was it?
Soul Thor.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. But you're not even running that game right now.
I'm not running it. But you also said a while back that you would help me with it. That you've not done a damn thing with it.
Well, you also haven't talked to me about it at all.
I said that if you had time and can look over it, message me and we can go over it. But otherwise, I'm going to be working on it on my own.
Well, I'm telling you right now that I will forget about it. So, remind me and talk to me about it, and then I will remember to work on it.
Wow. Okay. Anyway, otherwise, like, the big thing with, like, the Roman gods being introduced is before everything is okie dokie and they start getting along, there's going to be a battle at Camp Half-Blood between the Greeks and the Romans.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
A big one.
Question, why does Hermes get healing bonuses?
Because of the fact that he's the god of travelers, and the fact that his catechus is the entire symbol for medicine in the modern world.
It's the symbol for medicine, but he's not the healing one. That's fucking... Isn't that, like, Apollo?
Apollo is,
Just
yes,
healing?
the god of healing, medicine, plague, prophecy, music, archery. He's got a fucking laundry list. But Hermes is also known for having good hospitality. Having good hospitality is also a part of being able to handle small wounds and stuff. So it's a small healing effect. I've gotten surprisingly decent with the gun management, even though technically
Personally, I would have switched to level 1 hospitality and level 5.
A lot of the gods and stuff are getting edited and stuff for like balancing reasons and whatnot. We've gotten down to Hephaestus when we had last left off. We'll end up getting back to that at some point.
Yeah, Hermes is a little lackluster.
He's kind of supposed to be all over the place. And although, yes, he's an Olympian, he's not one of the upper Olympians like the big three. Plus, he's known as the messenger of the gods, which is kind of why his abilities are, some of his abilities are what they are.
Yeah, he's the messenger. It's fast.
Yes.
Speed
it's
is
also
literally...
why they gain like
Swiftwalk at level 5.
Yeah,
That's a long way to wait.
doesn't take long to get to level 5, even with these dueling. And that's right about the time things actually start like really happening in the story anyway. Honest to goodness, the first few levels were meant to be handled like mostly in camp.
Let's move into a new area.
Yeah, my only real note is that it's just... It just doesn't seem like much, you know? That's my only note on that.
Uh-huh. And I understand that. But it's also not meant to be much.
I'm meaning it doesn't seem like much in regards to all the rest of the
But
gods.
the materials I gathered in your item box.
Still gets more than what the Hunters of Artemis get, but that's also because Hunters of Artemis can also be demigods.
Yeah. Hunters of Artemis are their own thing.
They're still a part of the world. And
I mean,
also,
yes.
like, as I said, his primary job has been to be the messenger of the gods. So his children don't exactly get all that much, even in the story. Yeah, they're really good at, like, picking up skills and stuff. But that's kind of where my version of the, like, jack of all trades comes in their ability.
That's fair. Understandable to agree.
Like, there's a lot of niche things that you'll pick up on from the book that once you actually read the book will make some things make more sense and other things are probably going to be frustrating.
I'm gonna suggest alterations to you. I would alter Jack of all trades. I like how it is right now. I would like it to grow with levels, such as like gaining half proficiency in all skills, like the actual Jack of all trades does.
I don't personally do have proficiency, which is why I've never included them in any of the abilities. I don't do have proficiencies myself. I never have.
Then allowing people to choose new additional proficiency in that case as levels go on.
Like, the main reason why I haven't, like, really done that is the fact that they can pick them up.
And or giving them a bonus to being able to giving them a bonus to be able to learn new skills, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can understand the, like, being able to have... They have, like, it does state in one of them, I think, that they have a little bit easier time picking up on skills, but I leave the number of, like, rolls mostly...
It doesn't. I mean, yeah, at level 15. But at that point, you're not learning skills, really.
I guess, well, technically they still would be since it's the level 40 campaign.
I mean, yes, but...
Yeah, you can join if you like. Well, just give me a minute to get out of this quest, though, because I'm currently in a single-player lobby. My friend here, Storm, is discussing D&D with me. They are a new DM for the campaign server I run, based off the Percy Jackson series.
Yeah, I would drop, like... Honestly, if I may, I would switch the level 15 Hermes Master of None, and I would just switch that in Jack of all trades. Gaining proficiency in all weapon types and stuff. I would just switch the two, personally.
But, like, the thing is, though, the main reason why I did the whole weapons thing is because that is something they are known to be able to do from the very beginning. That literally is something that, like, in the book, they pick up a weapon and, like, they just get a feeling of how they do the basics with it. Becoming in that, like, actual properly, like, good with it is separate, but being able to, like, catch the basics just by picking up the weapon is something they just do.
Okay, then combine the level 15 and level 1 Jack of all trades level. Just combine them. You gain proficiency in all weapon types and light armor. In addition, you also have gained the ability to learn new skills faster than most, being able to take half as much time to train and learn the new skill.
We can bring this up with like Luna later and discuss it more in depth there.
The monster dropped something.
Honestly, I'm more too distracted at the moment, and I don't feel like I am not focused enough on the conversation to agree to any type of change when it comes to the dock.
I'm just giving suggestions.
Yeah, and like I said,
Not telling
I'm
you to
down
change it right
listen. I'm down to listen. I'm just saying for now, we'll save those types of things for later when we can sit and discuss with Luna, because Luna and I have been going over this dock for a hefty minute. On and off.
No, I completely understand. I'm just suggesting things because you told me to look at Hermes, so I'm looking at Hermes and giving suggestions.
And
yeah.
like Hermes fits for what you're trying to play, because it does
Oh,
give you some
100%.
really good things for that classification. But I also want to make sure that, like, even though I do get where you're coming from, and for the most part I hear your point, I also want to make sure to have another person in to make sure that there is no possible form of bias when it comes to this.
No, that's completely fair. And I'm strictly like, even if I don't choose to go Hermes, like I'm strictly just like from a DM perspective going through this. That's what I'm doing right now.
Like I see your point. Like I said, I see your point, but I would rather make the risk 0 than unknown.
No, that's completely fair. I just asked that we go through specifically Hermes at least, because that's honestly that fits really well, and that's probably what I'm gonna go with. And just at least go through and revise Hermes because I think it needs revision or addition. But that's my only request is to be able to go through and look at it. But yeah, we can do that with Luna later.
Yeah.
But for now, I'm gonna dip out. If you end up being free later for that, I'll be free all day.
Stop thinking. Give me one second, Lothric.
Yes.
If you want to reach out later and do that, we can.
Yeah.
And
Happy to help
of course, I'd
anytime.
be more than willing to go through other parts of this dock and help you with it and go over it.
Just shoot Luna a quick text saying hi. Don't really need to ask anything else. Just say hi, and when Luna has time to get back to you to discuss things, they will. I've already informed Luna that you've got questions and stuff, so we can go about that later. But yeah, I will either get a hold of you later, or I'll end up forgetting myself and kind of getting too wrapped up in all the other crap I'm doing.
I'll tell you what. What time does your stream typically end? 4 or 5?
Depending on when I started, anywhere from 4 to 7.
Okay, just shoot me a text when your stream ends.
Yep.
Fair? Cool.
Yep.
But yeah, I will talk to you later, friend. Bye.
Later, bud. And there is the code. We'll be able to enter in. I'm gonna get the quest ready again. Because my current goal for like the streams and stuff is we're grinding out all the armor. At least the high rank one, not the low rank one.
First, right?
Because the low rank armors I do have will be enough for if I end up helping out new players. So I'm not I don't mind. Let's see. Let me play around with another weapon because like gun lance is a lot of fun, and I'm finding out I'm actually pretty decent with it. But I'm feeling hunting. If you want, you can... I'm not sure. Are you even in my Discord server? If not, I can prep an invite. If you're in the server, you can go ahead and join the VC. Like, that's always down. Yeah, give me 1 second then. I have to do the invite through my phone because while I'm streaming, it will not let me copy invite for whatever reason. Here, all the way down. Here. Here. Here it is. You can go ahead and follow that and it'll take you to the server.
Great.
Hello, hello.
How you doing?
I am what you call insanity incarnate because I decided to make every armor set that I could possibly make and wishlist the rest in high rank.
I mean, it's something to do, right?
Yeah,
Kills the time.
after I finish all of these, I'm going to be doing the same for all the weapons. To at least get into the last level. Not like every single separate weapon, just getting them all to the last level.
I'm probably gonna do that, but I kind of want to do it piecewise over the course of like 2 years or something. If I do like a random SOS or something.
Weather's changing.
I think I need to change up my build too. I've been messing around with a flare and part breaker, but I don't think it's too good right now, at least.
No, flare
nice
is
to have that
useless.
option.
I'm sorry, but flare is useless.
It is?
Literally no point in having it on. It doesn't make it easier to get wounds. What it does is when it does decide to finally proc, depending on how many levels you have, depends on how much extra damage you do when it breaks. But that's only when it
bullshit.
decides to proc. And at level 1, I think it's like level 1 or 2, it's like 30%. Past
Man.
that, I would, honest to goodness, I would replace Flare with Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike or Convert Element are absolutely broken, especially together. But problem with Convert Element is that you can only get it on either the Arc Belt armor pieces or a Talisman. There is no decos for it right now.
You mean counterattack or the one where you get pushed back and you get extra damage?
Counter-Strike, which is the one you get knocked back and you do extra damage.
Let
And
me see.
that lasts 2 minutes.
That's actually crazy. Is that on armor or is that a weapon skill?
Oh, that's I believe it's on my armor. Hold on, let me pull it up. Pull up my arm equipment info.
I can't find it. I see Adrenaline Rush. Maybe I don't have
it's
it.
armor. It's called, no, that's, yeah, it's on the armor. It's Counter Jewel. It's level 2.
Oh. Wait. Oh, I figured it'd be level 3.
No.
The last 2 minutes?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Like, the initial proc of it lasts 30 seconds. But it resets at 2 minutes. But it's not that you lose it after that 30 seconds. It just depletes.
Man.
And it's really good. And, like, that mixed with Convert Element is just nasty.
I wish these things described what it does more instead of,
Oh,
yeah,
a
it
lot
does
of,
this.
like, they've even, like, it was even found out that some of the jewels do not do anything what their jewel says, and some jewels are just not working right now at all.
Like what?
I don't have the official list. I'm just going off of what I've been told, and what I've been told by some of the people who, like, deep dive into, like, the code and everything. Some jewels are not working at all, and some are just don't do what they say.
I hope they fix it.
I
That is
imagine they plan
ridiculous.
on doing it when they do the big update, the title update.
That's coming soon, right? I haven't been paying too much attention to everything.
Sometime in
gonna
the
do
next
shit.
2 months. I know that much. Sometime in the next 2 months.
That's a while. We'll
And
see.
I know we're getting multiple monsters, but the main key monster coming is Mizitsune.
I've never heard of that. I'm a world tourist, so Who knows what that's like? But as long as it's hard, I'm gonna have fun. Because right now, the only challenge in this game right now is what Arkveld, Gore, Duna. That's pretty
The
much
only
it.
reason why Duna is a problem at all is because that's a big flubbery whale that likes to jump and flop about. That is the
Yeah,
entire difficulty of that motherfucker.
yeah, it's
There's nothing
majestic.
hard else about him. But if you like have my stream still pulled up, you can see what my current build is, and honest to
Yeah,
goodness, it works so damn well. I take so little damage most of the time. I feel like I'm back to like not fully, but in World I was so decked out that like even even taking on like Alatrion, as long as I was keeping up on my HP consistently, I didn't even drop below half.
I'll try it out later. I seem to change up some of the stuff right here. Probably can do Adrenaline Rush and Counter, as you said. I assume they stack pretty well.
I'm not sure about Adrenaline Rush, but I haven't messed with Adrenaline Rush too much in this one. Although I do need to, I do want to change my layered real quick. That is one thing I absolutely love, the fact that they made a change for. And that was the, how they changed how layered is done, rather than you having to make the layered separately. As soon as you got the high rank armor, you had access to it as a layer.
I don't know. I kind of like the grinding lands grind for gear, but if they want to do that, that's nice too.
Like, my grind, like,
Something
me
to
going
do.
into the grinding lands was never about getting the layered armors, it was specifically for the augment.
I never maxed out anything, so I never worried about that shit. The game was pretty
I had
manageable
every
without maxing.
single, I had ground out that game so much, I had literally done the 100 monster challenge with both the great sword and the long sword, as well as,
Yeah,
on my PlayStation, had made 10 loadouts for every weapon, with going against each element and each status separately, with the exception of being light bowgun, heavy bowgun, and bow, since they didn't have access to certain ones, except for in like coding.
yeah. Let me throw this on, and this should be better. I have maxed offensive guard. This should be for great sword. Crit draw, crit element, guard up, guard, adrenaline rush, counter strike, convert element, evade ascender, quick sheet, 2 flare from my armor, weakness exploit from armor.
How many
This
levels
should be
convert
okay.
element you running?
All 3.
All 3? Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll work out great. Because that convert element, after so many hits, you get a proc of damage that's just nuts. I've seen, like, dual blades hit for 310 on a single strike because of convert element.
I'm not surprised.
And that's
Is that what
just
the
their
speedrunners
regular
use?
strike. Huh?
Is that what the speedrunners use? Convert element and some other cheese?
Since convert element is not accessible until Arkveld, I don't know. Maybe for the ones who are doing, like, the high rank, but my speedruns have specifically been from when you gain control of the character to the fall of Zoshia. Which,
What do you mean?
so you don't get true access to high rank gear until after Zoshia.
What is that? It's
final boss of the story before the credits.
for this
Before you
game?
get to, yeah, for Wild. Like,
Zoshia.
right after Arkveld. Yeah, Zoshia. You know, all white, breaks into what looks to be an amalgamation of, like, Fatalis, breathes fire across the arena.
Where is that?
That's the end of the story before you can even have access to Gormagala.
Did I miss a quest?
If you have access to the armor you are currently wearing, you had to have beat. You literally, it's literally the final assigned quest before you get to the true, like, high rank.
Understood.
Zoshia.
Thoshia. Zoshia. Big white dragon that turns into a big black dragon.
It's not ringing a bell. I'm sorry. I don't know if I
Ow.
glazed over that or not.
It was right after you killed Arkveld. Literally the quest right after officially killing Arkveld.
Nope, not ringing a bell.
Damn.
If you could post the quest, we could probably run it.
You can't post Zoshia. The only way to have access to Zoshia is by doing SOSs. You have the one instance.
Zoshia.
Because they have not given us a means to fight Zoshia again. For now. Which I imagine is because they're planning on bringing it back later as a, like, big raid thing. That is my guess.
Why don't I remember fighting that? I see it here, but for some reason I just don't remember ever fighting it.
It's that
That's
moment
crazy.
where it's literally the moment when your character walks up to the big crystal, smacks it, and says, "By my own order, I will slay Zoshia." It's like the epitome of so many like aura moments for this game.
Damn, I must have fell asleep when that was happening. That sucks. Could probably
Yeah.
find a video online somewhere.
Oh, jump on TikTok and search Monster Hunter Wild. I promise you will find it within 10 to 15 videos.
I don't
Might
use
even be the
TikTok
first
right
3.
now.
Fair enough. Also, YouTube Shorts will work as well. But yeah, even just searching the name Zoshia on YouTube will find you plenty. But yeah, that is like shocking to me. That is like the moment. Other than the like Alma going, by order of the guild, you have authorization to hunt, being like that feeling that it brings. Other than that, that's like the big aura moment for the story.
For some reason, I thought it was Jin Dahad. Like that's what I was thinking when you said like the big fucking dragon, right? But that's yeah, it does like the nuke and you're supposed to drop the pillars and stuff. Yeah, that's weird. Why can't you do
Jin
SOSs or quests for it?
For
To
Zoshia?
farm it. Yeah.
Because Zoshia doesn't drop Zoshia parts. The only thing that Zoshia dropped in that fight is Guardian parts. Guardian blood, Guardian scales, Guardian bones. That's it. That's all you can get out of that from Zoshia. Because, like I said, I believe they're gonna bring it back later as something massive, like something like absolutely like devastatingly massive for the game.
Better give me a Frostcraft equivalent. Because I really want to do Gambit Greatsword or something similar, but it's missing the damage right now.
Yeah, I imagine though, like one of the big changes that'll be made later is bringing back decorations for your mantles, as well as giving us this is just a theory, but I think with them doing the split between like the charm, the decorations between like your weapons and your armor being only able to equip specific ones, I think they're going to allow us to equip a second talisman as of the either as of the DLC or a later title update. I imagine it's more likely DLC, but because like with that split, that's really the only thing that makes sense to me. But they may go in a completely different direction. It's just a little theory. But I think they're gonna end up treating Zoshia like they did with Safi.
Or it's just a raid boss. You have to do multiple stages and stuff.
Xeno'jiva being the final boss of this to being a bigger boss later in the form of a raid. They did it with Xeno'jiva to Safi Jiva, so I imagine they're gonna follow the same pattern.
Oh yeah, it's got like the matured state or something.
Yeah, or like a reconstructed state in this case.
I'm hyped for it.
Because like everything in the story and how like they mention its creation, this Zoshia is essentially, the way it's described and treated in game, is the finalized version of the Equal Dragon weapon.
The what? The what now?
You don't know the story of the Equal Dragon weapon?
I've only played World. If it was explained here, probably wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
So, the Eagle Dragon weapon is the entire reason why humans and monsters are at such odds with each other.
Yeah.
Because at first, the wyverns, dragons, all of them lived pretty peacefully with the humans, had no issues. Humans were progressing at a very rapid rate with the assistance of the elder dragons and stuff like that, and being able to, when they died, were allowed to use their parts to build these big, massive constructs and stuff. And bring about, the weapons and stuff that we have for the ones who were, very bad, very evil, the ones who needed to be put down type of case. But then they got too greedy and began creating more and more and more and killing off elder dragons to construct these massive temples and buildings and weapons and stuff. Eventually it got to a point where they wanted to play God and create light. And that led to them creating something called the Eagle Dragon weapon. And that led to the Great War, which led to Fatalis wiping out an entire civilization overnight.
And that's what we see in World. The ruins of that civilization.
The what's left of it.
Yeah.
And this is bringing into the world how the ancient civilization had found a way to create life, which leads to Zoshia, which was their downfall, as described as their downfall, which would make it equivalent to the Eagle Dragon weapon. Now, it's not confirmed that it's the Eagle Dragon weapon. It's a theory based off of many people in the community agreeing, because it's what it sounds like. In many ways, it's how it's treated. But I have the quest posted whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I did not realize there's this much lore.
Oh, there is a metric fuck ton. If you ever go on YouTube looking for the lore, look up a specific YouTuber called Oceaniz. Oceaniz has a whopping great deal of lore between World, between, Monster Hunter in general, goes into, the ancient civilizations and so much, even going into, Vitalis' story, the whole nine. So you'll get a lot out of him. That, and honest to goodness, he's got a really good voice to fall asleep to.
Take a look later. Here, let me pull it up now because it's loading, actually. Ocean's Ice. Oh, it's right here. Yep.
And he's already posted a video saying that he'll be working on the deep lore of Wild, but he's not. He's gonna take time with that to make sure it's.
What kind of monster are we after this time?
I don't blame him. Quality takes time, right?
Yep.
Alright, let's see how this build does now. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Just that I would have never known. I figured it was working as intended, but now that I realize that the occasional pop from there's an extra burst of damage 2 or 3 times a fight for 250. That's not worth it. Popping wounds, it's not worth it. Might as well just hit it. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, it kind of does.
All right, can you bring him closer to me? Trying to. This works. It's a little bit better. I haven't procced any of the buffs though. Surprised they didn't hit me.
You literally have to purposely get smacked. That's why I put it on this set and why it's so defensive. I'm literally, I want you to hit me, so hit me type of deal.
Watch out!
Tactically face tanking for buffs. Oh, there it is. Holy shit. Big number. Even bigger number.
Oh, if you want a really, really big number with him, specifically, I would say get a wound open on his head, and try to get your convert element and the counter strike to proc at the same time.
Have to proc, counter strike, and then adrenaline rush, and then that should be my max damage. Convert element. Shouldn't be too bad. Get hit and dodge an attack. Oh wow. I dodged into it and
Oh,
it
for
procced.
convert element, you need to get hit with an element.
Yeah,
And then counter
not too
strike,
big
you
of an
just
issue.
need to be knocked back. That's probably why this set works so well with both Greatsword and Gunlance. I'll be honest.
what's considered knocked back? Like-
Monster hits you and you go flying off your feet.
Oh, it can't be just like a slight push.
Nope, has to be considered a knockback.
Okay, so like the face tank everything. The greatsword way.
Good timing on that hit. That was perfect.
Let's see if I can offset this thing.
I think.
Probably should have tackled, but it's too many buttons for me. I like holding Y. Easy. So you probably can't offset like breath attacks and stuff, but everything else is fair game, right?
Right. If it's a physical attack of some kind, it can be offset. And he's asleep.
That's like double damage. Alright, let's stop this fool. Okay, never mind.
Like, that hit that just hit me was his counter strike. It doesn't have to be like a full knockdown, but like as long as you get knocked away a distance from the monster.
Wish they explained that better.
Looks like it's moving to a new area.
I don't know if it's because it's weak, but I'm easily dealing like 50% more damage.
Oh, yeah. Counter-Strike is actually nuts. It's just so quick that if you're not paying attention to it... Oh, convert element can now be activated. Come on, hit me with that elemental breath. Do it.
Low key, I kind of want to put Gambit back on because my damage seems fine now. Just for the utility. I know it's one knockdown a fight, pretty much, but still, it's useful. Because lowering its, you stun it, right? It slows down for a while.
Huh?
If you stun it, it slows down for a while, right?
For a short period, yeah.
That could be useful.
Oh, but it also might end up making them move to the next zone faster.
You win some, you lose some, right?
Yeah.
5 minutes, not too bad.
Yeah. If I had stuck with the, like, insect glaive the entire time, probably would have been dead sooner.
Yeah.
But, like, hunting horn is actually decently fun. That, and I actually didn't use any of my bubble. I really should.
Yeah, but that speeds things up. You wanna enjoy the fight, right?
Fair.
Make it suffer.
Yeah.
Out of
I like
sight,
switching
shoot
weapons around decently often. Like, I'll like, insect glaive stays with me pretty much 24/7, but I like to, like, mess around with all the weapons. It's something I had picked up at the end of World after beating, like, the base game and the base story of the DLC. After that is when I started finally picking up the other weapons, and I just learned how to play them, and it was a lot of fun. So with me being able to bring two weapons in, I have my weapon that I'm really good with, and a weapon I'm either still learning or feel like I'm decent with.
On that note, I should probably move on from one of these things I've equipped. I'm surprised how good Greatsword and Lance are. I didn't try them and we're all kind of stuck to Longsword, but after branching out a bit, there's a lot more options that are more of my playstyle.
Yeah.
Like being able to parry with either one of these things is really fucking good. Well, offset, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Like, I honest to goodness, I don't, like, for the insect glaive, I don't call it offset. I call it a parry, because it treats it like a parry, but more with the insect glaive than even the other weapon.
glaive has an offset?
Yeah, the charge attack is an offset.
Hmm.
But it is so finely timed that if you are so much as a millisecond off, it won't work.
Like you're cooked, or like it won't perfect offset?
It won't do it at all. You either nail it or you don't.
I thought there was like a perfect timing zone because I've whiffed offsets before and it still hit the attack and I take no damage and I can follow up with a TCS, but I don't think it counts as like a perfect offset, right? It's probably different for insect glaive.
Yeah, the insect glaive has a much smaller window. That's why, and it's a much
Ah.
smaller weapon.
It's about as long as great sword. It's probably a little bit longer, I think. Maybe. I haven't looked at it.
Not for the timing, for the actual offset to happen. No, it's smaller. It's only during the first full swing into half of the second swing that counts for it. The rest of it does not at all.
How fast does the attack come out?
Very, very fast.
Ah, so you don't have a big enough window in order to get it done properly.
Yeah, it like once you learn the timing though, you can have it back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
But it's really hard, and you have to really know the monster for it to do it. Like once we get in here, before we actually leave on the hunt, I'll show you.
Yeah. I guess Great Sword's easy mode in that aspect. They had to give it something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of it being hit big number, run away.
It makes the monster regret attacking you and hit
Yes.
big number.
Yes. That's fun. I think I hit like my all-time high was like 13 or 16 offsets or something, and I've never stun locked a boss before like that.
Alright,
That's
hold
crazy.
on. Stay here with the dip
I'm all
growth.
fired up.
Yeah.
Move around so damn much. There's the orange. Okay, you get the green. Give me your face. Alright. Okay. Now, when I charged my weapon up, how I got that second flash,
Yeah.
that's the entire move, but only during that first, like, there.
First half?
Window's
Yeah.
gone. It's just like, and ended. That's it. That entire, like, first rotation is the window. That's all you need.
So does it stagger the monster or does it give
Oh
you
yeah,
invulnerability?
it completely smacks him away. I've made Arkveld do a full backflip with that thing.
Do a flip. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Like, I've knocked Arkveld completely on his ass with it.
Like when he does like that wing attack where he scrapes it across the ground, just offsetting that,
I actually
setting him
just
spinning through the air.
Blinkanga. But yeah, it's nice to be able to have, but like getting the timing right is painful.
Yeah. Alright, let's dip in this thing. Hopefully it doesn't follow. Oh, there it is.
There's my convert element.
I've got you.
Thank you.
Monsters are fighting each other.
It's like night and day.
Dip throw follow, but that's
Kindly leave, good sir.
also, to me, it seems like they buff the amount of health you get back from Insect Glaive on the green buff.
So that's good. I've never really used that green buff in World. I just went straight to potion.
Yeah, like in World, I barely ever used it unless I was out of potions and felt like I didn't really have much of a choice.
Yeah. Like if you set it to just like attack it.
Yeah, like just by like doing my natural attacks, I pick up all the time.
Yeah.
You did it!
the Dean's Club.
There's this thing that stop moving.
Oh yeah, and so aerial insect glaive. Would you like to know where the offset window is for it?
What?
Yeah, aerial glaive has an offset as well.
Tell me more.
That right there, that dive. That's it. It's during the dive.
That's a tight fucking window. If I ever
Yeah,
saw one.
I've offset rafting with it though, so it's definitely usable. But damn, is it hard to pull off.
Yeah, you have to be willing to face tank so many fucking attacks to learn that timing.
And since I built my entire armor set around face tanking,
It all works out.
right? Oh, thank you for the divine blessing, Proc.
This is it. Oh, it just doesn't link you. Never
Here's my
mind.
counter strike. Thank you, Blanca.
I think it likes you.
It's giving me everything I need just by trying to hurt me.
Go on the offensive.
Yeah, there's no point in hitting for 7 when you do a focus strike. You can do that all the time. With this other setup. What was I doing?
Planganga, you looking hurt. Like, real bad hurt. Ooh, I actually need this tail.
Oh, critical draw for Great Sword. It's a window, right? It's not just for, like, the first attack. I could do a quick TCS with it, right? And everything crits?
Mm-hmm.
Good to know. I thought I was doing it incorrectly.
So, the thing is with it, you can either count it towards the, like, the offset, or have the damage, like, proc out for the, like, when you hit the focus strike. But
Yeah.
when you do that, it still counts it as the same move, so the first slash off of your TCS will also generally count. It does reduce the window from, like, 100 down a bit, but it's not fully gone.
Things that aren't explained.
The things I have learned from a combination of testing and YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, I got a quick TCS, otherwise this won't give me full power for this attack. And then this should crit. No. No, I need to tackle cancel, I think. I'll fuck around a bit more.
Oh, also, they made a slight change to one of the things for Greatsword. When
What?
it comes to, like, your motion values for your damage, when you do your TCS, if you do not hit with that first portion of the TCS, your damage is reduced if you do not hit with it.
Wasn't that the same in World?
It was not as big of a difference.
Oh.
Also, there are some things about Gunlance are not explained in the game either. Like, to the point of being, like, worrying. Especially for its damage.
What do you mean?
I'll have to send you the video link that explains it better than I can.
Is it the true damage thing, or is it something else?
It's a combination of the true damage and the blast. Like, the stop you do.
Yeah.
Moving to a new area.
There, apparently, your shots
I'll gather up with you.
are affected by your raw damage.
Excellent work. That's another quest complete.
In Worlds, they
So it's
weren't.
not.
It looks like the monster.
So it's not just sharpness now. It's just it's a combination of both. Is what you're saying?
Yes, it's treated like your regular weapon attack with its own base calculation.
I think I heard something somewhere about how like the first part of the attack considered elemental damage, and the rest of it is true damage. So that's probably why it gets that scaling.
Not exactly, no. At least not the way it was explained to me. The elemental portion is only on your weapon hit, not blast.
So that's to physically hit it to benefit from that.
for on the element, yeah. But a lot of its swings that lead to the blast are needed for that physical hit anyway, so it works out.
I don't really use gun lance, but that's good to know.
I'll actually put my gun lance back on so you can see what I mean.
Yeah. Man, if I would have known I was building this thing correctly, I would have changed this a long time ago. You see, this is what the DPS meter is useful for. How am I doing compared to everybody else? If used responsibly.
Okay, so if you can take a look at the build change because of me putting gun lance on.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm gonna put you know what, this is fine. Crit element's fine. How do I check your build?
I have a well. If you want to do it in game, you would go to members list, click on my name, and then click equipment info, and then you'd be able to see my active skill, what armor I'm wearing, so on and so forth. But I also have it up on the stream if you still have that up.
Yeah, I have it off to the side. I'm looking in game right now. Fire attack, speed sharpening, defense boost, Wex, divine blessing. Yeah, as you said, you're tanking. Counter strike,
defense
convert
boost.
element.
The weakness exploit for that extra damage. The divine blessing because I don't want to take more damage. And the recovery up specifically for like getting like the better healing. I also have recovery speed, so I'm healing my red bar back much quicker. If I had all 3 levels of it, I would literally most of the time have my red bar back before I even get off the ground when I get knocked on my face. But let me step back over here and weapons real quick.
Yeah.
And while you have my stream up, let me step out of camp. It won't let me swing with it. This is how, like, the main, like, the primary, like, use of this weapon, like, the combo, the base combo for this.
Yeah.
Think we'll find.
Is that for
That's
all
like
shell
your-
types?
Huh?
Is that for all shell types?
That is, like, the big one for normal. For wide, it's gonna be a lot more of the, like, like, you're gonna be... This is gonna be for, like, long. Doing something like this, that's gonna be more of your, like, long shelling. There's also, like, these for long shelling. It's, like, moves like that are gonna be in that regard. Because they have a longer distance. They end up firing, like, wanting to fire more often. Normal is definitely gonna be, like, this base combo here. But it's, like, this right here. That is, like, this part. The explosions and the wyvern shots are gonna be the big important ones for... wide. Those big wide swings. Normal, you're gonna do like a lot more of the stab. And like just kind of mixing those in and just kind of doing it that. But it uses the same base concept throughout. And like yes, I have reduced number of shells because I'm running wide with this. But those explosions deal a ton of damage, and with the fact that I'm running a decent amount of affinity when it's actually shown properly. Why it says I currently have 0%. That's odd. But either way, the affinity's not really going to matter too much to me, but I still have a chance of, like, when certain things talk, to get those hits.
Okay.
Oh,
do you mind? Do you mind
that was
looking at my
stayed
build
from
really quick?
World, though. Negative
Yeah.
affinity, when you technically, quote-unquote, crit, you are doing reduced damage if you have negative affinity. By 25%.
Was that the same in World? Or was it a smaller number?
Yes.
As far as I'm told, it was the same, but I never paid enough attention in World, because, like, I was more just playing around with the weapons, because I had already done everything.
Yeah, that's fair. Do you mind looking at my build really quick?
I'm happy
At least
to
for
help with the
Great
challenge.
Sword.
Hello.
your affinity is really, really low. But yeah, I can see where you're making up the difference. Raw.
For draw, yeah.
Yeah. Having the guard up is nice, but honest to goodness, I think guard should be the one that's up, not guard up, but unless that's already implemented directly in the weapon.
What do you mean?
Some weapons have like guard up and guard built in. But
I don't think Greatsword has it, unless I perfect block everything.
But I would recommend having guard up higher than guard up. Because guard up is not as efficient in this game as it is in World. World, it was nuts. In this, it's not nearly as good. It's decent. It still works. It's still nice, but it's not nearly as important as guard.
Let me find this really quick. Iron Mold. Where is this?
It might be built into your armor. I've not fully looked at what ones are built in.
I don't think so.
I don't.
I'm just trying to find like the Iron Wall by itself, the 3 cost. Where
Yeah,
is
your
it?
guard, 2 points of guard are coming from your greatsword, and all 3 levels of guard up are also coming from the greatsword.
Am I blind? Where is this?
You have full convert element, which is really nice. So convert element, when it actually like ends up doing its big damage, it's like 200 some odd damage, base like set damage added to an attack. When it fully goes off.
Yeah, it's nice for DPS. Doesn't it also increase like the general dragon damage too of your weapon?
It does. It procs even if you're not using a dragon element weapon.
I
And
see.
it also affects monsters who are immune to dragon. They still take the set damage. They'll still
I feel
take.
like that'll. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just kind of repeating myself.
Isn't it better for faster hitting weapons? Or is it good for everything?
It's good for everything because the when it fully procs is based off the weapon you're using.
I see.
Yes, faster hitting weapons will be able to get it a little bit more often, but it still procs often enough for all weapons.
Things that aren't explained. You know, it's fine for now. I'm just gonna treat re-guard up as like a comfy skill. I can just stand in front of things that people can't.
Can
Try
I
and
make a
face tank it.
slight suggestion to change in your armor?
Yeah.
Put on a second piece of the Guardian Arc Belt.
I think I have to fight that again. Let me see. I don't think I have that piece.
Like I would recommend having 2 pieces of the Guardian Arc Belt, the 2 pieces of Arc Belt, and whatever else you want it to be. Because having the Arc Belt Hungered is nice, but honest to goodness, having even just the Haste and Recovery 1 is enough. Having Haste and Recovery 2 is really nice and like covers a lot of bases, but it's not necessary because you get a decent amount of healing even from the first level of it. And having Decimator with Haste and Recovery is crazy.
Where's Guardian? Okay, I can make it. What's... I don't really use weakness exploits, so I could probably get rid of that. Shit.
I think some of the Guardian has weakness exploit built in too.
Or is it? Yeah, the arms. I'll probably go with...
It's just like I said, it's just a recommendation. You can completely ignore it if you want, but it's just a small recommendation. It would help with. It would actually help a lot with your like healing and DPS at the same time.
Yeah, I'll grab the chest piece. Now I trust your opinion. Because I've noticed like my damage kind of plateaued.
Made a small change with Counter-Strike, and then it finally went, wait, things are happening.
Wait, I'm dealing damage now. That's crazy. What am I missing? It's either Counter Strike or Adrenaline Rush. Where is this?
I've not used Adrenaline Rush enough to be able to say either.
Why is Counter Strike a 2 cost? Figured it'd be 3. I can get rid of evasion. That's just a comfy skill and put counter back on. I don't really need evade window.
Evade window is nice, but it's so small in the game naturally that like you're gonna, especially if you're running greatsword, you're gonna be defending more often than rolling.
Yeah. Okay, that's maxed out. I don't really have any other options. Might as well keep the extra iframe, right? Yeah.
I am
probably a lot better
posting
now.
Doshagama. We need to focus the face and just hope and pray I get the stout bone.
Okay.
I need a lot of his fangs.
Regular arc veld has appeared. Let me see. And it's not worth it. I have plenty of gems as it is. Decorations, whatever you want to call them.
If it's like regular untempered, a lot of times if they have a ton of like decorations to the Roard, especially the high end ones, there's actually a likelihood that's one of the crowns.
Really?
As far as I have seen. Now I might have just been getting really fucking lucky in that regard, but generally that's what I've seen.
It could be confirmation bias. That's worth saving it though.
I have a one for a regular arc belt that's a tiny gold crown for arc.
You want to run that down, but we gotta do your thing first.
Yeah, I can run that. I still think I actually need some arc belt part
from the
2
others.
for some of the what I'm missing.
Whatever you want to do first.
Yeah, I'm posted ready whenever. Actually, I should send you a link party.
Yeah.
Okay, link party has been sent. There we go.
There we go. I hope they keep improving the performance. I still get like some slowdowns here and there.
Yeah.
Be really nice to load up the settings.
Honest to goodness, though, other than like every once in a while running into like some really severely polygoned monsters, I run pretty smoothly with the settings I have, and I'm running at 2060.
Crazy. I've never seen a polygon monster. I've seen it in other people's streams, but I've never experienced it firsthand. My PC has overheated before, and I started getting like graphical artifacts, you know, with the chromatic changes and stuff like that. But other than that, no polygons. I'm running 5090, 5950. What is it? 5950 and 3060.
Are you prepared?
Oh yeah, you definitely have the power to be able to run this.
Yeah, not day one though.
Yeah.
I had to put it on Roblox mode, but even then. But like the AI upscaling, it was just a slideshow. So much input delay, but now it's a lot better. I might be able to upgrade the. I might be able to download the texture pack DLC and run that perfectly fine.
Oh, I did. Mine's running it for the most part. There are some things that are dropped down, but yeah, for the bulk of it, yeah, I'm already running it. So if
I could do the
handle
texture
it, you can-
optimizations myself. What'd you say? Sorry.
I'll run you through what my settings are after this, so that way you get like an idea of what how I set it up.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's that power clash. Gimme. Thank you for
Perfect.
the counter-strike. And it also crossed my offensive guard somehow. What?
Oh man, I'm getting greedy.
That counter-strike makes you really want to be greedy, which is why I've run a lot more defensive on my armor.
This thing won't stop shifting slightly, so I can fucking hit it.
yeah, this, I don't know what it is about, like, Doshagama, but the fucker likes to go in circles.
That was late as fuck. We clashed near the end.
I don't know what it is about, like, Gunlance, but, like, I was okay with Gunlance in World, but in Wilds it feels so nice.
It's focus mode, probably. It's a big change that I really appreciate. Instead of standing there swinging stiffly at it, you can actually angle your attacks. I hate fighting this thing, by the way. Stupid bear cat.
Definitely a weird one. Its motions are just weird to me. Like, especially its, like, attack patterns just sometimes don't make sense for what it is, but eh.
Yeah. Live and learn, right?
Yeah, I do love how, like, focus mode lets you, like, rotate around. And being able to hit, like, wounds and stuff, like, through the monster is so nice when you have a longer weapon. And, like, they went back to how, like, the old games worked, where the longer the weapon was, the longer your hit distance was. World took that away. Even if the weapon looked longer, it still had the same range in World. In this, they went back to the old way, where, like, different length weapons had different hit loss length.
Maybe that's why I've been landing, like, dead angle offsets against Darkveld. Because it's actually physically representative of the weapon.
Also, it's not just that. With the, like, specifically with, Greatsword, when you're in focus mode, you go much further, like, distance-wise, with your True Charge Slash while in, focus mode than you do without it. Like, you actually get more range out of it with the focus.
Like, go step further, or does it give you phantom range?
And like, you will step further to make up the range.
Almost there.
Oh,
Okay,
I
so
didn't
it's
realize
only
it was asleep.
Yeah, me too.
I thought it was just laying there. I was like, wait, what are you doing?
So I think with critical draw, I should charge the first attack, right?
Yes.
And then uncharge the second one, then cancel somehow, do something else. Let's repeat.
Well, if you have the timing, go fully through with the True Charge Slash. If you have the timing for it. But in a situation where, like, the monster is, like, moving too much, go through with the first two, make sure to charge up that first, and then shoulder check out of the third into your
Offset?
swing, the side swing. Either the side swing or the offset. Mostly, like, I mostly say that because it leaves you a lot more to work with.
Yeah.
Than to, like, be sitting there wondering if you're about to get smacked in the face with your,
Like that, okay.
And, like, doing your, like, side swing, your big side swing, is a movement. It's not just an attack, it's a movement.
I can angle away with it, right? Yeah. Surprised that didn't hit me.
Gotta love offensive guard.
Easy.
I say we were supposed to target the face, and I'm over here smacking in the ass.
I think we broke the face. I'm not too sure.
Hey, that was actually the last fang I needed. Cool. Now I need to get lucky and get a gem.
Just use T engine, bro. Just rush to the end game.
And I got one of the Great Stout Bone. Let's see how many more I need. I have 122 items in my, like, wish list. Like, just items-wise. I have 120 pages of items and 120 pages of 120 pages of like the armor pieces, and 120 pages of like materials needed in my wish list right now.
I'll see you in 6 months when it's up and done.
Well,
That's
it's
gonna
not gonna
take you a
take me
while.
that long.
You don't think so?
Ah, this
I
would
mean,
probably take me a month and a half.
And that's fair.
With
Did
how
you
much
target
I
farming?
grinded on, like, I have over 3,000 hours on World. I'll be
Jesus
perfectly
Christ.
honest.
But I thought I played a lot. I have 1.4.
Yeah, like, just on my PlayStation alone, I have, like, 2.5. And then on PC, I'm, like, right there at, like, 8. I think, like, 6 to 800 on my PC.
I think the only game that came close for me is like Skyrim, I think. But you can mod the shit out of that, so there's like, pretty much infinite replayability. But yeah, this is up there, I think. Or I guess Bloodborne, because I bought a PS4 just for that.
Might not. No, this is not it.
Safety
Yeah.
first, right?
I posted the wrong question. Give me a second.
You're good.
Yes.
I have it? Or am I wrong and that is it? I'm just dumb.
Maybe I just got really lucky. Because I remember being able to squeeze out a TCS and it would still 100% crit. But maybe I'm just like a god of like 5% crit rate or something.
Understood. Be careful out there.
Well, when you save
Ma-
an investigation, it saves its crown size too.
It does?
Yes.
That
If
would
it
be
has a
going.
crown, it saves it if you save it as an investigation. It keeps it. It's
If you had
saved.
to actively go and like check it out every time to see if it's a crown or not, that would be madness.
The
Not gonna
binoculars
lie.
do that now, so when you look at a monster, you'll be able to see if it's a crown or not.
Yeah.
That's something that's new to Wild. Really cool. I think it's
Instead of
either this
eyeballing
one or
it?
the other one. Huh?
You don't like eyeballing it to see if it's the right size?
I did that for all of World. I'd rather not continue to do that in Wild, especially with how differential the sizes can be.
Yeah, it's a 1 unit smaller, but you can't tell so you skip over it, and then there goes your small crown.
Right. Go. Pick a weapon.
Longsword.
Alright. Actually, we built pretty decent, longsword in the righteous Lancelot. Not my best weapon. I actually do a lot worse with longsword in this game than I ever did in World.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes that I like about it.
Like,
The
it's-
movement modifiers for the attacks and everything, it's something to grasp your head around, you know?
Oh yeah, and like even then, if you're not in your like the red mode for the blade,
Yeah.
it like not only is it like a moveset change, but it's a major speed difference too. But it's actually slowed down in the base than it was in World.
Yeah, I've noticed that. The Crimson Slash has come out ridiculously fast. It is the best thing they've ever done with it. Instead of being the Helm Splitter bot, now it's what is it? Dual Blades 2.0.
Yeah, and like the dodge changes so much and gives you such a huge window when you're in red too.
Yeah, the distance that you can get with Evade Extender 3 is really
Are you
nice.
prepared?
Like even
You-
without like Evade Extender at all, it's
They
like
issued us supplies.
nuts.
Good
how big
distance,
the
yeah.
window is. Not even just the distance, just like the evade window itself.
It's like the first half of the attack, I think, right?
When you're in red mode, it's the entire flip back.
That's bullshit.
On my way
Nerf
Like-
longsword.
You don't get the like follow up portion for the second half. And you only get it from the first half, but the entire like window is that entire
Iframe, yeah.
yeah, the entire that iframe is the entire flip back until you land. But like generally only the first half will give you the ball. Like the initial flip, the initial start of the flip. Hello,
Yeah. It's time to bully this thing.
Oh, I hit the button.
Watch out.
Apparently I missed something. Oh, he's pixelated as fuck for me right now, so I can't even see all his attacks. I'm just guessing. Now we put it in.
Be careful.
Oh, I should have gone back for the plan to with this stuff. Oh, that's ridiculous. I also
I have a
love
question.
now how you can charge it up, like, just by holding your button, you can charge
The what?
the slash to get your next bar. Like, you can just hold with the button.
It's really nice when you have no spirit. I think you can also foresight slash out of it too and still get the benefit.
Let's cleanse that status.
I'm cooked.
That
Like, no, this
actually
is
gave me the perfect window to... Couldn't see him, I didn't know what attack he was doing, and I hate that attack so damn much. Oh, man.
Alright, swing at me. There we go. How'd that not count? Oh, probably a threshold I reached.
Yeah, you got the stagger, not the counter.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Oh shit, Marcel, okay.
I tried to save you.
Yeah,
But it wasn't
yeah,
enough.
My palico ended up getting me the health I needed.
Honestly, debating getting rid of critical draw.
If you had a higher, like if you do that, you're kind of missing out quite a bit, just because of like how you have some of the other parts of your build going.
Yeah.
So you'd end up replacing a few dims in that case.
So I should just stick to this?
Just for now, but I would say save the build and like build something else to like kind of make up that difference in like building.
This thing needs to stop dodging and start swinging at me. Holy shit. Yeah, no, it's nice. As I said, once they add Frostcraft to the game,
I rolled this game. I didn't have a penny into my bar to be able to actually do the counter, but still.
I gotta start tackle canceling that if it's not safe to TCS. But it's really hard because there's two buttons, right?
He's
And
asleep,
I
I'm
have to press the other
asleep.
one.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I'll wake it up. Should I TCS it or just do... Oh, fuck it. Big damage.
it's nice, but that first strike is still like not optimal for a wake up. Your final hit is still gonna end up being more damage, even with your like critical draw.
Wow, there it is. See what I mean?
Yeah.
That lingering hitbox? I'm cooked. Never mind. Where is it?
I just got
I love how-
against the free.
I love how Great Sword Clash gives you a free TCS.
Oh yeah, that and breaking a wound does too.
Does it?
Yeah, if you break a wound with the focus pepper strike, it immediately goes into the final stage.
A lot to learn. You see, these things aren't explained in the game.
I'll ride with you.
Like there's like slight mentions of it from time to time, but past that, yeah.
Good luck, buddy. Figure it out on your own. I mean, that's the magic of it, right? Learning all the cool tech you could do.
Yeah, that's why all the weapons have a pretty decently sized kill field. Why am I running in circles?
I don't know. I'm just gonna go manual. I don't know what's happening.
I don't either.
It landed back. Oh, it's stuck in the tree over here. Look at this.
Oh my god.
Can we
You
flash it
got a
out of there?
flash rod?
Yeah. There it is.
So we went.
It just
where we're
works.
supposed to be going.
Also, there's no point in stabbing this thing, right? With the knife, just use the weapon attack.
You can, but the big stab is much faster, and unless you have, like, especially if you end up in a situation where you're, like, stuck on the, like, the later. And early on, yeah, it's definitely more worth doing the weapon attack like, for the early parts of the fight, but later on in the fight, it's more worth to use the big knife attack, not the quick one. Quick one is almost...
I thought, if it crit, that meant it was like an effective way to break it or something, unless I'm mistaken.
It can if you have even a single level of parkour.
Oh. That explains why I was doing 5s with the stab instead of 1. Okay. When it grabs you?
Yeah. That was not a good spot to be able to get away from that, especially with Rathlos coming down on top of it as well.
Yeah, random third party. Piss off.
Bye, Arkfeld.
I love how I gun-potted Rathalos
Baby, it is only
and
4
Arkfeld
PM.
dipped.
No.
I know it's not optimal damage, but I think it's a lot better now. My numbers are a little bit higher, but I should probably go like a traditional crit build, right?
If you're for Greatsword, I honest to goodness I would say focus more on the raw damage
Let's cleanse that
than
status.
crit.
Bigger number is better.
Bigger number is better. That is why I say what I say.
You think it's a viable playstyle to offset fish?
Yes, actually. Very viable indeed.
Because that's what I've been doing. I don't know if I'm throwing or not, but that's good to know. Like I'll run up, as you can see, try to hit its face. And then land an offset, try and block it. But it really loves you for some reason.
Arkfeld's AI is based off of DPS.
Shields inbound.
Total
Oh,
DPS.
shit.
Because like that entire move there, that like full slash I did there with my red
Yeah.
as the follow-up after the Helmbreaker, almost every single one of them was crit. Like almost every one of them was crit.
Oh, so he doesn't like you, huh?
Yeah, he's not a fan.
Bye-bye. Oh shit, I didn't die. Glad it lived.
Small monsters as well.
Should I switch over to a raw greatsword or should I keep it on Dragon Element?
Dragon Element is nice if you're fighting like certain monsters, but Greatsword, honest to goodness, in my personal opinion, Greatsword is far better as status than it ever will be.
On my way there.
So I should put sleep on this or something?
We've been getting more
Paralysis
supplies.
is actually far better for Greatsword. Paralysis or Blast?
Blast?
Yes. Blast is nuts right now until we actually get title updates for DLC. Blast
Then things are
is
resistant.
efficient on like almost everything. There's like 2 monsters that have some type of like resistance, but otherwise it is either neutral or weak to blast.
Good to know. Alright, what's the plan?
So for like for Greatsword, I would stand right here. Like right here, face away from the monster. Swing first part of the final part of the TCS and then turn straight
Oh.
in.
That was a generous hitbox.
Yeah, that's why I usually say face away, because
Yeah.
it gives it like, especially when you're in focus mode.
You reach a little bit further. Yeah.
Yeah, you reach. Actually, it's more just a little bit. It's actually a lot further. Like you can get like holy shit amounts of distance. Oh, you didn't full cheese.
Back out.
That's crazy. That'll never get old.
What's that?
All the sparks from the offset.
Hey, get out of there!
Free knockdown.
I was kind of way off into the back. Like almost every single one of those strikes there was also a fucking crit. Like most of them were. Crit is something I would highly recommend for like longsword, because your special Cs also count towards your critical draw.
Yeah.
This is a rare research opportunity.
But the stun damage is based off the damage you deal, right? Or is it independent of that?
A little bit of both, actually.
Good boy.
Figures as much. I'm debating getting rid of critical draw and just not trying to quick draw attack as much. And just focus more on like offsetting.
Yeah, this was the gold crown smallest. This one was.
It still seems pretty big compared to the other monsters.
Oh yeah, it's still a large monster. Just of the singular species, this is small.
I couldn't tell, honestly.
Okay, I am gonna save the last one of this, but
Can I save other people's investigations or no?
no.
Yeah, that'd
No.
be cracked.
Yes. Everyone in the village said they can help too.
Should I get rid of crit draw and just replace it with gambit or something?
Honest to goodness, that one's gonna be up to you. My recommendation is just kind of like play around with status on your grade. That is gonna be my recommendation. Play around with status over crit.
Yeah, I have a blast greatsword hero switch to
People
it.
from Azu's told me to tell you they said hello.
Versus crit draw.
Oh, I actually need the Herb Therapist. Cool.
Where's Iron Wall? I thought I had one. That was like level 3.
If it's on a piece of armor, it won't show you. If it's on a piece of armor or weapon, it won't show you unless you go backwards. Oh, I don't have any
I am going
financial-
backwards, but I don't see it. Let me try this again. Iron Wall 2. Where's Iron Wall 3? Does that even exist?
Iron Wall 3?
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Yes, if it has another skill with it. I don't think you can get it plain.
See offensive. Let me revert and then try that again. No, I'm not seeing it. It's been a long couple of days, man. I'm probably missing it somehow. Man, it's just screw crit. Just go full status and try and get Iron Wall through 3 pieces. That's probably the play. Is blast attack worth it?
It depends. For like specifically greatsword, I personally would say no, but like I said, that's more on a personal level than it is
Yeah.
like actuality. but I would say you would rather you do better with focus.
Yeah, because I like to do the hit and runs and stuff. Yeah. Okay, let me find this.
What's my next weapon?
Focus KO, maybe? No.
No, not KO. I wouldn't recommend KO unless you
Handicrafts.
plan on kicking a lot.
Yeah, no, that. Nah, I'm good. Focus handicraft, shield iron wall.
Handicraft is actually really good. Great.
I have a lot of white sharpness, so I don't think that's really an issue. But this is the only combination gem that's decent.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't ever be afraid to put a lower level gem in a higher.
Oh, I found it. I found iron wall. Okay. You said just use that instead. It was on the last page. I just overlooked it.
I like it. It'll definitely work really well, especially if you're going to be blocking a lot. And like being able to get those offsets off, I would actually recommend can get even a couple levels. I think you actually already have a couple of evade window, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't, as far as I'm told. I don't know if this is true, but as far as I'm told, it does affect the offset window a tiny bit.
If that's the case, let's ignore it. I already have evade window 1. I'll just leave it there.
That. But what's my next weapon?
Uh, Heavy bowgun.
Oh, first.
There are not that many attacks that you can't block, right?
See, thing is with heavy bowgun. My thing with heavy bowgun is I'm personally not the biggest fan, and I've not seen how it changed.
That's fair.
You need to pay attention to offensive guard. 3 levels of attack boost.
Oh yeah, focus will let me get in probably a TCS within the crit draw window, right? 15% could add up.
Yeah, even 15% will add up quick. I mean, it's not going to be a constant thing. It will definitely add up.
I just like having one rank of guard up. I can squeeze this in here somehow. Might just get rid of crit draw. Will be a good replacement.
I don't remember if the actual sleep attack jewel, like the sleep jewel effect sleep amp. I can't,
It should. Why wouldn't it?
because it's treated as an item. Your ammo is treated as a separate item. Yes, you're firing it with your weapon, but like even in World, it was such a negligible bonus that it was almost not worth it.
Think what you think is right. Maybe Charge Master instead of Draw.
I forget what Charge Master does.
Increases elemental power and status buildup for charge attacks.
Yes, that is amazing. Great.
Instead of Draw, yeah. Let's focus more on raw damage.
I'm always gonna recommend Bludgeoner if you're running hammer.
Why is that?
Increases attack power when your weapon sharpness is low. Plus 5% attack power when your sharpness is gauge yellow or lower at level 1. At level 3, it's plus 10% attack power when your sharpness gauge is green or lower. It's basically saying you want low sharpness because you're getting boosted attack because of it.
Is Mind's Eye worth it? Let's consider it a hard target.
That's basically saying you don't have to worry about your sharpness anymore. That's why Mind's Eye and Bludgeoner go hand in hand.
Oh, because when your sharpness gauge goes down, the hardness threshold goes up, right?
It's not that the hardness threshold goes up. You're not hitting as hard to pass the threshold.
So it's considered a hard target at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And with 3 levels of Mind's Eye and 3 levels of Bludgeoner, you are literally your attacks will never bounce. And you're doing extra damage because you're hitting a hard target. And Bludgeoner says you're getting an extra 10% because your sharpness is low.
You might as well be critting all the time with green sharpness, is what you're saying? In a sense?
Not so much critting as in you are doing extra raw damage because you have no sharpness.
Hmm.
Yep. Oh, here. I have.
Is there a punishing draw iron wall I could throw on instead of charge? No. Let's just see how this does. Guardian would be pretty good too.
There's my.
I want to use offensive guard. It's another steroid. I don't know if it's going to be diminishing returns though. It should be multiplicative.
It's better to be testing than assume, or at least look up a video.
That's fair. Let me.
Actually, like. Nope, I'm going with Ray Dow's. That makes me look like a literal demon.
You know, I'll probably just go with offensive guard instead of charge. I'll get the status eventually. 15% general damage boost is really nice.
Air ammo is infinite on this thing? What?
Never liked crafting ammo on the fly. That was just like too much tedium to use bowgun with.
I like the fact that bows no longer have an item that you need to carry for their
Their
ammo
coatings and
type.
stuff.
Yeah, they're considered trick arrows now.
Let me. I wish there's a Guardian Blast. Probably doesn't exist anymore. Let's. Yeah, let's throw this on here. There are not that many unblockables, right? I already asked that, I think.
There's not a lot. There's not a lot. But like generally like guard up is nice, don't get me wrong, but guard is still definitely more important as the game is now.
Yeah, I should be offsetting the unblockables, I think.
If it's a physical.
Yeah.
Not forgetting anything?
Or dodge, yeah, and that's where evade extender comes in.
Yeah.
I'll have to learn the boss a little bit more. You know, it's trial and error. I might die, but, you know, gotta learn somehow. How do I have Flare 3? My armor?
Probably.
Ugh.
But
I mean, it kind of does something.
Huh?
It kind of does something, not really.
I think it's like once every 5 minutes.
It makes a new spot.
It doesn't
Totally
make a
worth
new,
it.
It doesn't make a new. It says that it does, but it doesn't. It's
That's
actually
horseshit.
It's an extra proc of damage when it does proc for specifically the wound you hit or make.
That is extremely useless.
I thought it was awesome too, especially off with like wording, but then
Yeah.
I found some videos. I was actually watching a video for Gunland and was informed of this, and I'm just like,
Monster reacted this time.
I thought Flare was good.
Commencing quest now.
No.
It's a noob trap.
Those supplies will help with this quest.
You hate to see it.
Sure to use them.
I do also like the fact that we can fire from our mount, like bows, bow guns. You can shoot them from your mount. Do a little bit of reduced damage, but can still shoot from the back of the sacred.
Can you do everything from the back of the sacred though?
That's our target.
Like switch my ammo types and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just holding LD.
So I can keep the greatsword out now, unless I have to. Sheath, okay. Oh, I tried to drop it and parry again.
So that's
Swing at me already, holy shit. Oh, big damage. Alright.
Welcome to Sleepy Sleep Time.
It wasn't optimal, but it felt that though.
That felt real nice.
If you could chain offsets, that'd be cracked. Just only hold those buttons.
Yeah, I also forgot to do something to my
What?
weapon, and that's fine for this fight, considering it's really a non-threatening Linga, Linganga.
What's up?
I forgot to put the like changes. You know how like in Burrow when you the heavy bow gun and light bow gun, they had their like they weren't exactly augment, they were something akin. Why am I doing more damage to this thing with freeze ammo than I was pierce ammo? What?
Maybe it doesn't like the cold.
Holy shit,
It's
you're
an
loud.
ice spawn.
What? That doesn't mean anything. You know how many bosses in Dark Souls 2 had dark magic but weren't resistant to it?
Yeah, but
It'd be the same logic.
Although true for that game, generally with this one, that's definitely not how it used
Maybe they want to mix things up.
How's it going, Joe?
He's teaching me how to play the game properly, which is much appreciated. Because I fell for noob traps. Who would have guessed it?
Oh no.
The fact that you gain elevation when you jump off the ledge with the charge slash is kind of goofy. Look at that. Why is that a thing?
It's a massive difference. Do it from the back of your sacred, though.
You can do that from the back of your sacred?
Yeah,
I
don't
believe
do
you.
the triangle circle to hop off attack. Do your, do the jump, do the jump off, and then you gain so much height.
Oh. Finally do my Dragon Knight cosplay.
So sad. I came up with a backstory.
Oh?
What's up?
I did indeed. So the Lotus Casino warps your
Perception of time.
perception of time and reality, right? You don't really, to my understanding, you don't really age that much there, right? Like
You
can
don't
die
age at
there.
all while you're inside the casino.
So I have a thought of why he's so good with cards at such a young age and whatnot like that. You know, the dealer class and everything. What if he was trapped in the casino?
But how are you going to explain coming out of the casino and getting to camp, or even knowing about camp?
Hermes.
Almost there.
Oh, that's fair. Hades did
You
it.
visit. Yep. And in the Percy Jackson show, which I know isn't directly off of the books, I understand that there is a difference, but
The
even
TV show was actually like directed by the author.
it is, but it is not a direct correlation in every
Correct.
sense.
Correct. He did make changes because the whole fact that TV.
But fucking Hermes, at least in that show, Hermes regulars the Lotus Casino.
And Hermes is actually one of the ones who will actually spend time with his kids in camp if he has the time.
Exactly.
Him and Apollo, when they get the chance, they actually try to spend time with their kids. They have excuses for being there in camp,
Nicely done, Hunter.
but they're just
Glad
that,
you're in one piece.
excuses. They're generally there to see their
That's
kids
my
if they have
partner.
the chance. And
Exactly.
Apollo looks over all of his kids while he's in the air.
And that would be a perfect reasoning as like I'm thinking kind of like a jaded, not really of this time. Like he was there for a very long time, so his like perception is weird. He's just like, what is this new thing called
But
a
have
buff?
you chosen what time frame he came from to be able to figure out how he's going to speak? Because remember, verbatim is very important when it comes to roleplay.
I know. I have not quite narrowed that down yet all the way. However, I'm thinking like World War II-esque, maybe a little after.
Okay.
So you're telling me the Germans aren't our enemy anymore?
Well, also the speech pattern too would be interesting to see from you. Storm, can you pull up my stream?
I can, yeah.
I want you to pick my next weapon.
I forgot to do standby, so just jump in whenever you're ready.
Give
Whatever.
me 5
You don't
seconds because I have to. There it is. Sorry, I had to find the tab. Where's the link? It doesn't give me. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm stupid. There we go. Open, bitch. I'm gonna mute this tab so I don't hear myself 30 times. Okay, it's already muted. Cool. I have an ad. Give it a second.
Yeah, you're gonna start off because I'm affiliate. Unless you are an actual like subscriber, you will always get ads. Followers get them too, but subscribers don't.
How long did it take for you to get affiliate? Out of
See, I
curiosity.
was on and off again for many years before I finally got affiliate, but I've had affiliate for about 2 years.
That's fair.
But like, if I had stayed consistent when I first started, I would have had it about 2.
Oh shit. I fucked up. I went to your wrong thing. Okay. So I get to choose your weapon.
Yep, I have all 14 weapons listed here off to the side. The only one I'm going to say don't pick is the insect glaive, because I already have one equipped as my primary weapon. I'm having you pick my secondary, which is the weapon I'm going to end up mainly using for the next fight.
Secondary, the bow.
What's that?
The bow.
Oh, bow is actually nuts. Oh my goodness.
I've heard. That's why I picked it. I was like, I want to see the actual gameplay, you know?
And you said you already started quest?
Yeah. I'm beating the brakes off this thing.
I should be there in a second. Do me
I
a
made a
favor,
pepperoni
before I get there,
pizza.
try to open up as many wounds as possible without actually breaking. Not exactly
made-
easy to do with greatsword, but if you can get away with it, I can do a fuck ton of damage as soon as I get there.
That's the plan.
I made a pepperoni pizza, sprinkled Parmesan cheese all over it, and ranch.
Minus the ranch, it sounds really good.
Typically, I also make a garlic herb butter and put it on the crust.
Now that's really...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's obvious. You can't offset grabs. I learned that the hard way.
Request now.
Yeah.
Are you prepared?
Like, New Udra does it so fucking often, too.
I've never been grabbed by that thing.
Really? I like,
Yeah.
my last time fighting New Udra, I got grabbed 4 times in the same room.
What's his grab attack? I've never seen it.
It's his the forward slam with all of his tentacles. If
Really?
you're in the center of that and not on the edges, it will grab you. And I'm usually like, with the way I play, I'm like right up in his face most of the time, and I sometimes don't block it, so I get grabbed.
Honestly, this looks so fucking good compared to the last game.
Oh yeah. Bitch, don't target me. I'm a background character right now. Fuck off.
Look out!
Oh shit, I fell off the ledge. You're cooked, buddy.
No, I'm not. I just hit all of his wounds at once.
Let's cleanse that stat.
Easy ass bow. Switch to a Chad's weapon, like greatsword or something. Hammer.
Ah,
I'm cooked. I wish I could guard faster with this thing. Holy shit.
also, the iframe window for bow, especially if you get that perfect dodge timing for it, is just nuts. And it doesn't even take away stamina if you get the perfect dodge time with the bow. It does not take a lick of stamina.
I hate the hitbox for that fucking tail.
Still not as bad as his big, like, one explosion that pisses me off.
Yeah, it's more generous than you expect.
I've been, like, near his leg and still got fucked up by that.
So I have to tank a hit, then dodge one in order to get my max buffs.
I just hit him while he was flying away with the fungus cone attack. I
As you
nailed it.
should.
Normally, Bo's range is nowhere near that far. Like, not by a country mile. Like, I normally wouldn't be able to even touch him at that distance.
For a second, I thought you were about to just take fall damage. I got so scared for like a split second.
Oh yeah, no.
I remembered
does not
what game
exist.
you're in.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, fuck.
Of course, this thing flies away the moment I TCS. That's crazy. All it has to do is intercept the attack. Ugh. I'll get it eventually.
This suppression you have clicked.
I have to be more willing to offset. If you don't charge it, I don't think you get the ability to offset.
Oh, I mistimed it. Fuck you, Arcville.
This suppression you have clicked. Power up activated.
Question.
Yeah.
Theoretically. How
how long ago would you allow my character to have been?
In my personal opinion, I would say Western. Like classic, like Western.
Oh my god, because I was deadass thinking that. I just didn't know if the Lotus Casino would be in the proper location for that.
No, it existed back then.
I know it
Different
did,
location.
but it was... Yeah. I didn't know if it was in America or not.
That's right about when they had started coming to America. At least what I remember from the story.
I'm really tempted full Western mode this.
Every time. Every time. Every time. I do TCS, it flies away.
Fall into the trap, dummy.
Because, like, coming from a Western into current day America would be fucking nuts. Like, the complete change of what the fuck is this?
Is that about your D&D campaign?
We're talking about Percy Jackson.
Yeah, I run a Percy Jackson Olympian campaign on Saturdays. And it was Saturdays and Tuesdays, but now it's pretty much just on Saturdays.
Shock trap's down and ready for you.
The only time I ever played D&D was at my friend's house, so we didn't have any spreadsheets or pieces of paper or anything. Just kind of did it on the fly and devolved very quickly. And so one guy saying, I'm the most OP thing ever, and I one-shot everything in the room, and we went along with it. I'd love to actually play something that's actually structured, though.
Oh yeah, I can invite you to the server so you'd be able to join us. We're actually
That
looking for more
can-
players,
can-
but that's up to you.
We're looking for 2 more players.
I'd be down.
Alright, I can send you in the invite from the server after this.
Yeah, no problem.
You know what? I'm not doing jack shit right now. Allow me.
I figured I could hit it from here. The focus strike. Why'd that still count? It's like a half a second window or something. You can hit it still after it stops going red.
Dude, that last dodge! Oh my god!
I'm gonna be so for real. You said I thought I could hit it from here, and
My partner.
Yeah, your
I
mind
had
went
to
to better,
remember.
huh?
I had to remember that we're on stream right now.
Or are we?
I stopped myself so fast.
Don't worry, my mind went to the gutter too.
Okay, I'm not the only one, thank you.
Fucking phrasing, right?
Normally I'm the
Yep.
one who's in the gutter.
God,
better. 10 minutes.
I about went so wrong on that.
I need to get up for a bit. I'll be right back.
It would have been funny though. By the way, I sent you the link.
Yeah, no problem. I'll check it out in a bit.
Alright then. I wonder what my next weapon should be.
The light blow dart.
You mean light bowgun?
Blowgun, yeah, whatever it is.
Sure.
Blow dart gun thingy.
It's essentially a machine gun that you carry.
Yeah, that thing. But no, I'm thinking someone from fucking Western, like Gold Rush Western.
Fucking that whole gist. Got the cowboy hat, the fucking spurred boots, all of it.
Mhm.
Bell-bottom jeans, all of it. Fucking. They're all 12. However, he's smoking cigarettes. He's from the Western. How he manages to get cigarettes now will be fun. What if he just has like a crippling nicotine addiction?
I'll leave that up to you. At the same time, I would recommend it.
Why?
It's not gonna be so easy.
To buy cigarettes?
Yeah.
I mean, as a 10-year-old, yeah, but it's not that hard.
Never hunt on an empty stomach.
Right.
I mean, I was doing it at 14.
Yeah. And how long
And-
ago was that? Now most gas stations are required to ID at the counter. If you
I'm
ask.
still not. I'm still not 21, and I don't get ID'd ever. But then again, I go to the same gas station every single time, and they all know me
So
there.
long for now.
Like Logan. So strange.
So, as of level 1, are we just arriving to camp, or have we been in camp? Or is that up to us?
That's up.
I think just arriving would be funniest.
Alright, sorry, I had to get some caffeine in me and check the dog.
That's fair.
I was gonna take a pill, but 200 mg is a lot. I'd rather just drink a soda. What's the plan?
Kill things.
I'm currently.
Oh, I got a friend.
Yeah, we're friends now.
Not yet, bitch.
Damn.
Now we are.
Whatever you say. Alright.
I hadn't clicked the button yet. God, give me 10 seconds.
You're my friend now, you have no choice.
You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later.
Hard shells are better.
I don't like hard shell tacos. I'm weird.
Respectfully, you've shit taste.
Respectfully, I'm Mexican, so fuck you.
Well, fuck you.
I think that the Mexican gets to decide about what Mexican food tastes good or not.
Yeah, but I'm Puerto Rican, so I get a second say.
Oh, but you're second to me, bitch.
Yes, okay. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. Fucking hell. Do I want to continue playing? Holy shit. Ugh. I bought some nicotine pouches, and one of them bursted open. Now there's dust all over the place.
Oh god, I'm so sorry.
What?
Have you ever had one bust in your mouth?
No, I'm good. I'm the one doing the busting.
I'm so sorry, Seth.
No,
I'm
you-
so sorry.
Right.
Don't
Are you
bother me.
also
I've had
Seth?
I've literally had entire
Nope.
streams that have been nothing but like conversations about kink and safety of kink. So like
Okay, I couldn't remember if your stream was PG or not.
right now I think I'm marked for PG because of the game, but like generally normally I'm marked. But I think my page itself is marked for adults only. So
Okay, I was just because I have another streamer friend who doesn't. They do PG only, so like we can't talk about certain things.
No dirty jokes. No innuendos. Nothing. One of my other buddies is streaming right now. I'm gonna pop in and just lurk in his chat for a while. If you're streaming tomorrow, Kuko, I will be down to watch.
yeah.
Other than that, no, I appreciate hanging out with you guys. And if you're gonna do the D&D thing, I'll be in the server.
Yep. I'll be able to run you through like how to set up your character and stuff later. When you
I'll
got
also
time.
be here if you want assistance.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate the offer. I'll probably leave your stream up in another tab. Yeah, no, I'm gonna dip out.
Yep. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Enjoy your days.
But no, I just think that kind of the Western fits for the theme of the character a lot. I think that would be really and like it fits thematically as far as like him being in the casino for so long, why he's so adept at moving these cards. And he probably doesn't even, because I'm pretty sure you don't remember your time in the casino, right?
Don't just say that shit over the phone.
We're gonna steal shit together?
No.
Okay, let's move out.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
I'll help you steal shit. I'm a klepto. What?
Let's put them to use.
But to my knowledge, you don't remember your time inside of the Lotus Casino, correct? Or it's like very, to my knowledge, you don't remember your time in the Lotus Casino, correct? Or it's like really, really hazy or something? Like once you leave?
Like as time goes on, you forget more.
Being in there since Western times, I'm not gonna remember much at all.
To him, it's gonna feel like it's all new technology, like all the time. So.
Yeah. Oh, that weird tentacle thing. I don't like that.
That's Shiwu. Its name spelled though is not like that. Baby, you're like talking the same time Storm is, and you're both driving me nuts talking the same damn time. Anyway.
Well, tell them just to hop on call, and then we can all talk.
You're sitting right behind me. Hi.
Yeah, but I can barely hear them.
That's not my fault.
Speak up, bitch.
Fuck you. Now, what were you
Do it,
trying to say,
pussy.
dear? Other than driving my
You won't.
like crazy, freaking chill down my spine. You know what? That's fair. That's actually pretty fair.
Are they talking shit about me right now?
Yeah, I'm not forget about you. What the fuck gonna do about it, big boy? Fuck.
I'm gonna stab you with a card, but that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, stab me with a card. Fuck.
Ah, knife kink. Got it.
Yeah.
Kinky. I also have a knife kink, so. You're not alone in that.
Alright, I'll stab you with the heirloom blade. That's made of figuring iron.
Kinky.
That would be a death mission. Although, because D&D, it doesn't have the same effectiveness as it would in lore. No.
Come on, give some under-death support. He's gonna die to this thing.
I am. This thing can't do that fight. Oh, you activated counter-strike.
Oh god.
I wasn't expecting the big tentacle face to come at you.
No, I was looking at my phone and I look up and all of a sudden, tentacle face. I mean, I like me some tentacles as much as the next gay guy, but that's a little too toothy for me. Barley Yoshi-san.
So, what was life like for a demigod back in Midwest in Western time?
Well, honest to goodness, it's just surviving monsters and just making it through. But at the same time, like up until
Looks like it's moving
World
to a
War
new area.
II, it's gonna stay to that theme generally. World War II is the war between the war between like children of Poseidon and Zeus versus the child of Hades. Yes, Hitler is a child of Hades. Like in lore, Hitler is a child of Hades. It was raining earlier.
Shock traps down and ready.
I hit the roll button. Like, it does not do enough damage for me to really be. I'm literally playing gun
Do your
on
thing,
hard.
blundering. All right. Perfectly placed.
Friend. Hello.
Hello?
Get a load of these claws.
Your next weapon is to be the horn thingy, the instrument
Hunting
thing.
horn?
Yeah,
It's fun.
I've heard it's fun because you can like combine the different notes to do different things.
Yeah, you can get a ton of buffs off of it, put them onto the fleet, cause them to just randomly explode.
Yeah. I feel like my character's gonna get along with Dionysus goods.
There's only one in camp.
Is there only one in camp?
Yeah, one alive. Where the time falls, because right now where camp is time-wise, time-wise is after the end of the Percy Jackson book, but before the Heroes of Olympus book here. So we're at the time period where Percy is missing.
Ah. Time to go on the offensive.
Question then, because of the length of time that I spent at the casino, would I have met Nico?
Nico, yeah, you probably would have met Nico, yeah.
Would we remember each other though?
I'll have you,
that would be cool if we did.
well, I'll set it up to a history check, I'll be honest. I'll leave that to the history check.
Because just imagine the moment they meet and they're both just like, hey, I know you.
Wait, almost there.
I don't know how I know. No.
Exactly. I couldn't forget that deathly look anywhere.
I remember those tired eyes. Didn't you have a sister? Oh.
Mind if I hop on?
Oh,
That would
God.
probably not end well.
Oh,
No, it actually
God.
wouldn't. It probably wouldn't end so bad, but at the same time, it's not gonna be happy.
Yeah, it would not be a happy moment, but it wouldn't be like, I don't think he would attempt to kill me. I think it would be a very, though some
moment.
stuff happened.
That's gonna be more of a ooh moment. I'm gonna get a mount
Yup.
on this thing, but it's about to die.
What? You want to get a what on this thing?
Mount. That's what it's called in game.
Okay.
You mount, you literally hop up and stick to their back and shit.
I'll just hop off.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what thing you were referring to at the time.
Bigger wasp for you.
That would be such a funny interaction as they're meeting in like the fucking mess hall or something. They both walk by each other, stop at the same time, and both just turn. Just, I know you. Weren't you like yay big last time I saw you?
Oh, that's perfectly blooded.
Hey, your kids are in the room. I didn't know that your kids were in the room. Mind if I steal one?
There are children in the room?
These little floating orbs above me, those are Zigu's kids. Literally.
Oh, fuck those. That's terrifying. Hundreds of more of her? Fuck
bit,
that.
Yeah.
Which, based on timeline, I would have probably met Percy already too, right? Because he's been to the Lotus Casino before?
He was there, but he was there for a short period of time, and honest to goodness,
Yeah, I probably wouldn't remember him, but I'm just simply people
you might
I've
have seen
met.
him. I would say it's more of a you might have seen him.
Well, my thought is that he was a card dealer there. That's just kind of the role that he inevitably fell into. And because it's the Lotus Casino, no one really paid any mind to it, you know? There are other things going on. Besides, why is this kid dealing my cards, you know? There are hundreds of dollars on the table. I don't care about this kid dealing cards as long as the kid can deal the cards right. Am I wrong?
Work. That's another quest complete.
Yeah, this thing's name is spelled Zuwu, but it's pronounced Ziwu.
This thing's a trove of new data.
Ah.
That's a weird one. Also, I'm still not a fan of the bowgun. I'm still not a fan. Like, it hit hard enough. It worked well enough. Like, I'm well defensive enough to be running it. And especially considering I'm essentially a face tank. I want the monster to hit. That's how my build works. I get stronger because it hits me.
So I make you play ranged things where you don't get hit as much?
Where I'm not supposed to be hit with a ranged weapon.
Love you.
Oh, man. And my hunting horn puts things to sleep, so I do big damage. I've just been doing all of this, like, just hunting, kind of. Whoa, hello. What is that quest board? Okay, yeah, save that as investigation. Definitely keeping that. Holy shit. Alright.
But no, I just thought some person who is completely out of place would be really funny to play. There's no reason that they should be here, but they're here. The world is completely different from the time they left it.
Yeah, considering they went from when towns were, like, even cities were still, like, what would be modern-day villages.
Yeah. What are these huge buildings? Are they monsters?
Like, what are these constructs of madness?
Why? Why is this thing moving? Why does it make that sound? Is it like the train that I have seen before? Is that how it works? What is this little box that these people are speaking into? Are there people trapped inside of them? Why does it make music? Where are the people?
Oh, yeah, I have 42
And I know for
seconds left on my meal. I should probably.
And the funniest thing would be if Hermes explained absolutely nothing and just dropped him off at camp and then left.
Well, technically Hermes would have to, because the ancient law. The best he could do is bring him to camp, because he's at fault for him being in the casino. Past that, he's not technically supposed to explain anything. At most, like, your kid may possibly know that, oh yeah, this is my dad, so trust him, and that's why he goes with them when they leave. But, like, past that, Hermes ain't supposed to tell him shit.
I'm more meaning telling him that the time has changed and that it's no longer Western. Because coming to camp wouldn't be too strange comparatively to the rest of outside
Right,
of the world.
up until he leaves camp, and then on a quest.
Exactly.
And then
all of a sudden he steps out of camp and he's just like,
What is this? What is this hard rock-like surface that's a road?
It's a black
no.
river.
Roads were made of dirt.
Now commencing quest by
No. Roads are made out of rocks and dirt. This is not a road. This is a black river, and if I step in it, I'm going to die. It's going to eat me.
Hilarious thought. Hilarious thought. Oh, actually, while I have a sec, probably get my buff up early. Oh, my bad. I should pay more attention to what I'm doing. Doing.
What you think we'll find?
Oh. This again. Try and do it right. It looks like 4 on. There we go. Am I supposed to play that note? Now my butt's right. Jeez Louise, I don't know why I'm having so much trouble.
You not play the weapon much?
Honest to goodness, that's the first time I fucked up that bad playing the songs on this weapon. Normally I'm like, I've played this a decent amount, but not a ton. Insect Glaive is still the weapon I have the most time.
That's fair.
It is the weapon I am best with.
Oh my god. He's gonna try and pay for something, and he's gonna pull out fucking money from that time period, and people are just gonna look at him like, what?
Why do you not have this in a collection? Why are you trying to spend it?
Is this not the proper currency? This is money! Do you not like money? This is what you asked for. It is $5.
Yeah, but that $5 bill right there is probably worth 100.
100? I've never seen $100 bill. What is that?
Now's our chance.
He's gonna walk up to some homeless dude smoking a cigarette as this 14-year-old kid. Hey, can I bum one of those, man? I have not had one all day. I tell you what, I just got out of this crazy casino, and then I was in this weird camp, and now there are liquid roads.
Alright, name it for you, you big flaming fucking rooster.
It really is a big flaming fucking rooster.
It's based off of the talking rooster, the mythical creature. But I don't know where they get the K, like, it's like a question, like Spanish question. Get back over here in my bubble, bitch.
It's a cock, trees. Big old rooster. Cocking. Ha 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 ha. Where's Shalt Cock? Nothing. What the fuck is the floating thing?
Oh, that's my calico.
I was so confused on what the fuck this little airship was doing in this game. It's just floating around. Take off his fucking tail.
Well, I can't. I can't cut his tail off. I'm using a bludgeoning weapon.
Bash him over the fucking head.
Angry. Looks like it's moving to a new area. Oh, time to get serious.
Basically, I have songs in the top right corner, and I will continue to play those songs over and over and over again, dealing significant damage.
I'll just hop on.
Yeah. So now I get to go through and name this person. Because I haven't made his character. What should I name?
All right. Perfect. Look.
All of them. Look up the Western name generator.
Trace
That's
is
my
down.
partner.
Question is, will I get any of the parts I actually need?
Ooh. I have found out what his name is gonna be. His name is Felix Green, otherwise known as the Cheat. Felix Green, because he's a gambler. Thank you.
Still weirdo. Alright, what next? Soul
The
Blades is
Cheat.
like a dance.
He is a card dealer. That is his
Card.
class.
Oh, best front part.
Right.
Fun. Okay. Oh.
His godly parent is Hermes.
Hmm.
Oh. Do you have like set alignments that we have to be, or do you care?
I asked you at least put it on your sheet, but like
The
I
hunt is
generally am not gonna care too much.
I personally don't know what alignment I would. I don't. I would like to hold off on putting an alignment till I get a feel for how the character plays, if that's okay.
Let's put them to use.
Basically, I would say based off the backstory more than anything.
I get that. However, he doesn't remember much. He doesn't know much. Like, his personality kinda...
It would shift and change, especially after being in the casino for so long. Hearing new
Yes.
terms all the time.
That's kind of where I'm like, I don't exactly know what alignment I want him to be yet. Eventually he's going to be a caster because I'm gonna make him be the. I think I'm gonna make him be the arcane
There.
one.
That's our target.
A arcane ace, I think it's called. But the other one is kind of cool. Master of cards. Ooh.
Chop, chop, motherfucker! It's time to for the pizza cutter.
Okay, so, do I want to be arcane ace or a fucking master of cards eventually? I don't know. Because they're both really cool.
That bastard of a dog! buzzsaw! Also, they made a change in the game that I feel is kind of redundant.
It looks like the monster dropped something.
So they made it now, because like in World, to get rid of bleed, you either had to stand completely still and crouch, or you had to use the stare jerky. In Wild, you just have to pop a ration, and it's gone. Sure, they have something called Wild Jerky, which does the same thing, but doesn't give you stamina back if you're missing stamina. Rations do. So they pretty much, like, by the fact that they've let, rations fix bleed, they've essentially made the Wild Jerky practically useless. It might have another effect that I don't know about, but, like, as far as I have seen, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Shock trap's down, trap for you.
Okay, okay. So, as far as backgrounds, what do you...
As
Are we
long as you
doing
can make it
backgrounds?
actually make sense for the age of the character, I don't mind. I personally recommend you use the child background. Although it is a one, it is one I confirm.
Because of the character's backstory, I was thinking gambler. It's not a official background, I don't know. Wait, maybe? It's, this one's from Acquisitions Incorporated. It's a D&D 5e supplement, I think. Or it might be an official, I don't know. It's pretty simple. You gain proficiency with Deception and Insight. You get a tool proficiency with one gaming set of my choice. I get to choose one extra language of my choice. And as far as equipment, I get one gaming set, I get a lucky charm, which is like a charm that it's just a little charm. It's a trinket item. A set of fine clothes and a pouch containing 5 gold pieces or whatever the equivalent is. I don't know. off the top of my head. I know you have a
gold
card.
is USD.
So it would be 15 USD is what I would get. The feature, however, is very much so DM discretionary. It even says so. Odds and probability are your bread and butter. During downtime activities that involve games of chance or figuring out odds on the odds on the best plan, you can get a solid sense of which choice is likely to be the best one, and which opportunities seem too good to be true. It's at the DM's discretion, but that is the feature that it would give me.
I don't know.
I can send it to you.
Yeah, I would say send it to me and let me get a good, actual, proper look over it.
You're good. It's just really, really simple, so... There you go. I think it's something I've used before. But, if you don't like that one, I'm sure there are other gambler backgrounds that I can find for you. So. For now, I will leave the background. Efficiency bonus. Okay.
Son of a bitch, let me do my fucking elemental conversion.
This'll press you up quick.
So 46, drop the lowest, reroll all ones, correct?
Yep, all one.
Do pair physical, digital.
Don't care.
I typically just use a digital roller anyway. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Ooh, this character would be perfect with my dice set that has like, it's a golden dice set. Really pretty and it's all metal, but they're like hollow dice. That fits this character.
Excellent work. That's another
Let me go find this real quick. Give me a second.
tempered monster. Look at the size of that scar.
What? Talking about the Hirabami that's way down there?
This thing's a trove of new data.
Hey.
I have found them. So I have these really pretty silver and gold, like hollow dice that have like dragons on them. That's gonna fit so perfectly for this character.
Huh?
That's cool. Anyway, um,
Charge Blade is fun. Like, the moveset is very interesting. It can be, a lot of people see it as very confusing, but I've always viewed Charge Blade as get files, use files. Alright, what am I using now? Storm.
the lance.
The poke machine.
Yes, yes.
Really big poke. Really big poke.
Right.
Ah, here we go. So, how many sets are we allowed to roll, or is it just one?
I allow up to 3, but no one else has done so.
Well, my first one was almost all 11s, so that's why I asked. I will take the second one, though. It is a 15, a 16, 11, 12, 11, 12. It's a total of 77.
Yeah, like, because of the way I have people do dice, the lowest you can possibly get is 6.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just I had gotten 11s across the board.
Yeah. I've
Yeah,
had
I
that
was.
happen. I usually
That's why I was like, can I get another set?
I usually allow people to do up to 3, but generally everyone takes their first one. But that's like one of the worst rolls I've heard for people to do.
Let's have another hunt.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. I am perfectly fine taking the second one. I'm not one of those people who cares about super high stats.
Oh, you can charge with this weapon from Sacred.
What was that doing? This goes based on quick build, dexterity, and charisma, I think is what I need, depending on how I want to build this out. Yeah, I definitely think dexterity and charisma are gonna be my highest. So I'm gonna put my 16 into dexterity. I'm gonna put my 15 into charisma. I'll put
one of my 11 to shrink. 12 and 1.
Hourglass.
Okay, so Con is up by 1. 13. And I get to choose the second.
Oh, I forgot to add.
So after all is said and done, as far as my stats go, with racial bonus and everything, it is down the board from strength to charisma. It is 11, 18, 13, 11, 12. Proficiency with dex. God, I haven't made a character like this for so long. Like a one little piece at a time.
Do your thing, plundering.
Ow.
Cleanse that status.
I'm gonna take and
break through my wall.
I have 9 max damage. leather armor's 11 plus
Dexterity modifier.
I couldn't remember if it was 11 or 12, because I know studded leather is 12, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. I'm a +4 to initiative.
I wonder if I'll be able to run up the waterfall with this. Hold on. I run straight up! Are you kidding me? Oh my god. That's too funny.
Up we go.
I ran out of stamina. So I continue to run. Ow!
Stab it. Oh, what the fuck is that thing? Thing's cool as shit.
This is Usuna. One of the apexes of the game.
That's fucking cool. I don't know why it's being such a bitch. Just kick your ass off.
Whale of a monster.
Almost there.
I think we just get my stamina back by putting that bit away for a second.
You having a grand old time over there?
I'm literally mounted on the secret, just stabbing in the ass over and over again, just trying to escape me. So my stamina drains. And I just put it away for a second. Alright. Now I can make the rest of the way up that sacred. I don't think the game would let me go up that waterfall. Oh, that's too good. That, I can't believe how hard that made me laugh.
Oh my god. Felix. Thinking he's still in the past. Well, listen here, little missy. Gets bitch slapped. Never makes the mistake of doing that again.
That's my partner.
Especially in camp, considering say some shit like that to Clarice is likely to end up in the medical bay.
Yeah.
Like the angriest daughter of Ares you will ever find. Charge up strong.
So who's all currently at camp as far as players go? Besides my group, because my group's going back right now.
Obby's group and the group you'll be playing with when that's all said and done.
Gotcha.
Um, generally though, but like generally for the like campaign and stuff, we're gonna end up having quite a number of groups in camp at a time when we're in between quests or people are training.
Yeah, that's why I was like, who's currently there?
Right.
Because if we're like start of campaigning where I appear, or he could have been there for a few days, you know. Either one. I'm still deciding if he's been there for like a week or two, or if he's been there longer than that. Also, would Hermes picking him up and bringing him here, would that count as him being claimed?
No.
Would he have been claimed?
Technically no. There is like a little bit of room for like a little bit of wiggle room in that, but
Keep in mind how old he is. He might not remember that he was claimed. Oh my god, he gets to pull the "you better respect your elders" card.
he wouldn't know too. He wouldn't know he could.
I mean, I would've... He's gonna piece two and two together once he realizes, oh, this is not the same world I left. He might not know exactly how old he is or anything like that, but...
This thing has become a true wall.
What, the lance?
Yeah. Perfectly timed guard, I get extra attack for it. Attacks that hit my guard don't use as much stamina and don't hit me at my guard as much. The damage taken over my guard is now reduced by 80%. And I also have full defense boost, so my armor itself has the maximum amount of like defense it can possibly have. And I also have a bunch of recovery skills. And I have skills that make it where if I were to take attack that should knock me back, or attack does knock me back, if I miss the timing on my guard, I get more damage. So this thing
About
is...
text your girlfriend.
Which one?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, what weapon am I using now? That's set up to save for later. Yeah, I think that the great sword shield, dual blade, hammer, whack. Yeah. From the 5 weapons? Yeah. Great sword, sword and shield, dual blade, hammer, and switch axe. I call it whack. What you think? Sword break.
use the hammer.
Hammer. Watch me to put the hammer down. Alright. Oh, would you like to see one of the changes made to Wild compared to World Hammer?
Give me 5 seconds, yeah.
Do, 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 do. Oh well. Remember correctly, that's the Mark.
Kind of IHOP on?
Oh, hold on. Yes, darling.
Just tell you that, no, I would, be at lunch here.
You riding one of these?
They said it's okay.
Yeah. So I'll be home with, they're on normal, but I don't think they tie on shit.
Fair enough. I love you too, baby. I'll see you when you get home. Mwah. Bye. Paralyze the arc build front. Always do. Yeah, here. Although I should probably keep an eye out for the best boys. I need best boys like therapists and stuff. This thing might pick me up.
Okay,
Let me collect this and I'll
hear me out. Huh?
After. You see screen? You see hammer.
I see hammer.
Charging has been a part of it for a while. One of the new changes, this, I can now dodge while charging. The other thing, this thing. Spin me right round.
Baby, right round like. Oh my god.
And I can move too. And it's fun. And if I do it right, this. Oh nope. All right, I apparently can't. We'll have. After I get this. I want to collect these first. But when I hop off my sacred, I go head over end and literally just like spin like a like a fucking top. Like there's so many spin moves now for the hammer. Like I either twirl it out in front of me and then smack really hard with it, or I like use its weight to spin like an actual top, or I hop off the back of the sacred and spin head over end, just back, consistently.
Yeah.
It's fun. Or yeah.
Okay, so I have these pretty gold dice that are the metal hollow ones. Or I have these really intricate, like, green, like, dice that have, like, leaves and stuff on them. And I think I'm gonna go with the gold dice for this character. But,
I
you know,
think the gold
these,
would
these,
also make sense. But
yeah.
watch what happens when I do my my mount effect while on the back of the sacred.
Go for it.
A potential target has appeared. Check your map and
Like
your
I
light.
literally just absolutely. Boing.
Hold up real quick. Hold up. Do it again.
All right, I have to do.
Attack on Titan be like.
Oh no! If you want Attack on Titan, that's gonna be dual blades.
I know. I've seen the dual blades. But.
Okay.
But they make such pretty click-clack sounds.
I actually think I need art for these guys.
Finding good footing in sandy terrain can be tricky. Fortunately, the same goes for most.
Weather's changing.
Standing still. Fight me.
Without being allowed to
Please be careful. The weather could change.
make
at any
sure of
moment.
the background, I really can't do much else. Character's pretty much done besides equipment, and equipment comes from both background and class.
Alright, now I can carve this up real quick. Yep, I did need the scale. Damn. Okay. Awesome, one more. Please have my scale. Yes! Awesome. That was what all I needed from there. Oh, hi Sandstorm.
Well, apparently I'm not even logged in right now.
What, on Mistweavers?
No, on fucking the Twitch.
Ah.
I heard from the others.
So, honest to goodness though, I think we made some pretty decent progress out of everything on my wish list. Yeah. But yeah, my entire wish list, something to be oof at. I'll be honest. I need to go to the oil well basin and collect a bunch of bone piles. I need to go to the ruins of Iberia and collect from the dead bodies that turn into bone piles. And I also need to head over to the ruins of Iberia so I can kill sacred, leave them sit for 5 minutes, and then actually carve them after that. And I need to collect Fusium ore from the ruins of Iberia. I'm actually doing pretty good. I will probably end up needing to either fight a full Grandmath or Great Dow. I believe Great Dow Thunderstack. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong, so I may need to just go after the Angie. I need 10 more Wyvern gems, but I have some investigations for that. So, honest goodness, though, we still made pretty decent progress across several different monsters. I got the last scales I needed for the, like, enough stuff. Mine, there the made this and these. Yeah. But yeah, so there's some armors that can be made right now. The finish the cloth is going to be annoying, but it is what it is. Some of the Planganga, I need to go after Gravio still. That's one of the ones that I'm going to need multiple Wyvern gems for. But the goal is to get as many of the materials first before starting to make. Oh yeah, we did good today. We did really good today. Got some good hunting. But I think from there, we are going to call it quits. I have been streaming for 5 hours, so I feel like that's a good pointer to stop at.
That was dead ass about to mention how long you've been streaming. I was like, you damn.
But I thank y'all. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And until next time, bye-bye.
We love y'all. Oh, well, just so y'all know, this fucker with me, he likes giant ass donkey. Okay.